No? Okay. Should always set everything up before I actually click start stream. I'm just saying. But sometimes I don't do that because I don't do that. Oh, their explanation is required. Get this and tell my Discord that I'm streaming. Very important for reasons. Right. Game dev action. Interesting. Okay. Streaming on multiple platforms means I kind of have to go through and click a bunch of stupid crap. Some can't be done beforehand, like YouTube doesn't let you do anything beforehand because they suck. Want the chat thingy. Your stream chat. Should stream on Kick over YouTube, honestly. YouTube is a place you can stream at. It's accurate. Wouldn't call it the worst place I've ever streamed, but not amazing. Question. Yeah. Stream chat. Should stream on. All right. Okay. So where we're at right now. Stream chat up there. Is very much in the way of my other screen. You just adjust a few more things, you know, it's more exciting that way. So since the last stream, I pretty much just did a little bit of work on this, improving the stair setup over here specifically. So now it goes down to like this instead of this bizarre thing underneath there. Treated the pools a lot so they should go to the sides now, which is nice. Put some stairs across this, I think, well, stairs and then a pathway. I created a pipe system that's pulling water up from down below. And then it funnels out through here. And then it's going to go into this pool down here. And one of the boss fights are going to be in this pool against a doll with the pirate ship. Why not? And, I guess I gotta shim the lights on. I'm going to make a pathway out here and everything going down and start adding in a bunch of things. I'm not sure how big the pool's going to be. Like, it might just be all the way to the walls, but maybe not. I might have space around it, too. I kind of priced in having it all the way up against this wall, though. And it being completely against the walls of the building seems kind of weird. I did it up here, though, but only on that one. The only problem is that Poppet can run around on these, so it kind of trivializes stuff if she can do that. Which is kind of my gripe, like, you know, if it makes it not a barrier. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm probably going to replace it out with these things here, even though it seems a little weirder. I wanted to have to cross it and have problems with crossing it, you know? I don't know about going all the way over to here or not. I might. I'm thinking about it. How loud my ears here. I have notes on things I want to work on. That's right. Should probably pull those up. My plans to enemy spawner that has health. You can destroy it and it stops it from, you know, just constantly spawning things. I'm making this greenhouse thing larger all the way down to here. It was originally going to be potentially a room over here and then another room underneath, but now that I have this giant pool, I don't think it's going to. I think the greenhouse is just going to be these two rooms, basically. It's possible I could expand it if I like it enough to do so, which might be what I do. Over park area. I replaced these out with like a fake, you know, wallpaper for these things. It looks, you know, a little more green, and I could put things on the side like these. Sadly, I can't do this wall because this wall was made a long time ago and goes all the way down there, so I need to remake this entire wall. I'm gonna have to do it anyway for right here, so you can get through with the pipe. So that's a thing to note. Of course, the last thing I work on is I was gonna get some animations so that Charlotte is like you first encounter her in here and you have to like mount her on top of things, so she's gonna be crawling underneath her trying to watch you the whole time. I'm gonna change how she plays out a lot to be a lot creepier. She's still playing with you, but she's just gonna be a lot creepier. But I'm waiting for the animations to go on sale. Because, well, the new Fab Market's gonna launch. Black Friday is almost here. It's stupid to buy assets right now. Right? Just wait a bit and suddenly all those assets are gonna be on sale. They're gonna be coming for joy. You're just like, okay, well, everything's on sale. I get all the stuff now. Ooh. I have to dig it out if I want to find it, but anyway, whatever the case, that's kind of my plan. So, back to working on this thing here. I might take out these stairs because now this area here actually goes down 2 floors, which means there's basically no reason for stairs unless I want yet another way up and to go around, which I guess is fine. I don't hate it. It's not like I'm chomping at the bit to want more things to have to add things in for, you know? I think I'm gonna make more of these out this way. I almost need like a drawbridge setup. Not drawbridge, a suspended bridge. If I have a suspended bridge, I might. Let's see. Then I gotta put lights in, everything like that. I'm not gonna worry about lights yet because, you know, I got a lot to get done, and before I even get to the point where I care about knowing where the lights need to be. This is the Magic Forest stuff, but the maps bundle here. Tomato City. Who knew Tomato City would prove so useful? So useful I haven't used any of the plant stuff. Don't know if I'm going to, but I might. I have these bridges right here, so what if I drag this into the... I put it way high up there so it looks like it's ginormous. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's exactly where it needs to be. So probably needs to be about at least a 3. Yeah. So instead of having some boring off to the side thing here, what if I just go a little more fun with it, you know? Honestly, I probably should make it like a 4. It makes it really long though, but I can always shrink it, you know, a bit. These are great because for Poppet, this is actually basically a she can't just run across this. At least I don't think she can. We're about to find out. She's so tiny, these little holes in the boards actually, or in the bridge, can be a problem for her. She sort of can. She sort of falls across it, but I think she will stop right away. Maybe. Oh no, she falls. Okay. I'll make the water kill her off until like a way later thing. I don't even know I'm building this yet because I don't actually need it, but I could restructure how the game is played. Originally it was all going to be on the 5th floor, but I don't know if I want that to be the case anymore. Because I could just do it. Fraction just be removed from the list. I don't like it. Right? I just have a bunch of random game music I've got the rights to use so I don't get copyright struck on YouTube. Very important, this thing. So we can do that, and I'll just put some over here, and then pretty long though. Do I really want it that long? I kind of like it when the bridges are smaller than this. I can make the board smaller like that. On the other hand, where is it going? Does that play out any better for Poppet? And that's a big question there. I've got those little holes, but she might be able to straight run across this, so... I think that shrunk the holes enough that she won't fall through. Hey Mike, how's it going? Yep, she falls right about there. Which is good, because, you know, I was a little tricky with it. I guess I don't hate the sides of these. I'm making a bizarre contraption here. In my weird world of, apparently cars driving by. My weird world here of, making whatever this is supposed to be. Definitely a whatever this is supposed to be scenario. I do that. I don't hate it. I hate the coloring on this though. The coloring is like the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. Come to Papa. Here we go. This is what I love about UE. I don't like the color of this. Look, now it's a new color. Hard not to like it. Soon every AAA game will be made in this engine. You will have no choice but to use this engine. For AAA games. Apparently, Bethesda... yeah, Bethesda just switched over. I was like, who made Skyrim game? Oh yeah, Bethesda. They do still make games. I kind of wondered sometimes. I mean, I suppose they make games. Do they? Sometimes I wonder. I mean, like Starfield, I didn't play it. It honestly didn't look very fun, but maybe I'm weird for thinking that. I don't know. It just didn't seem like anything I wanted to play. I really don't like space stuff very much, to be honest, though. Just gonna say it. Sci-fi things can be okay sometimes, but I'm not a huge fan. It doesn't connect. I want this to connect, so it looks like it's supported by that. Slightly longer. So the same with this one. Hell yeah, burritos. Hell yeah, brother. Burritos are awesome. The world needs more burritos. Like tacos, they're just always approved. That's stuff from Taco Bell. There's only one thing I can really say that's great about California. There's two, but the Mexican food here is about as authentic as you can get because we got annexed by Mexico a long time ago. Oh, it's good. It's great. 10 out of 10 would recommend any Mexican food from here. That's totally not true. There's plenty of terrible Mexican food here, by the way. But overall, there's a lot of good Mexican food. The only other thing I'd recommend about this place is the landscape itself is beautiful. The people are absolute garbage. Aren't really worth dealing with, but landscape is beautiful. How much do I want these stairs to go straight down? I guess they just could. I mean, I don't think they really have to do anything else. Just make these go straight down here. These stairs connect so much better than the other stairs, but why didn't I grab stairs that were already connected together to save myself the trouble of doing this again? Oh. Okay, well... that does not sound delicious. The train's going by. If you can hear it. Definitely a thing that goes by. I don't really buy any of the cheap crap. I probably could, but then my stomach will just hate me. To be fair, though, my stomach usually hates me whenever I eat food, so... secret is just not to eat. Then your stomach will always be fine. You might be hungry all the time, but you won't have issues with stomach hating you for acid reflux. I merge these together. All the merge, but group them together here. Slightly higher than I want this to be. There's actually two ways I go about it. I can do this, or I can just put a deck underneath. I don't hate that idea. Like, what if I just grab this board and put it underneath? Would that look better? Doesn't really give you an extra platform though, which kind of sucks. I do that and just put a little deck thingy here. Not bad. Still not on the ground though. Hmm. Alright, we're about to cheat here. Look, it's the right size now. Actually, too large now. A little bit. Let me just take this and this. I'm just going to regroup these. Good, it's already in the pool. Perfect. We just do this and rotate the whole thing. Pool's not really deep enough for a diving board, so I don't know if I should do that, but maybe I should. I don't know. Could just make this like the diving board right here. I could like raise this way up. Let's see how that would look. Just do this huge thing here. Then you just raise this up. Type lake in because I can't click this lake. Perfect. We would fill up the pool. Look at how easy it is to fill up a pool. Oh, I know why I don't want to do that. Two reasons. One, there's a roof right here, but also blocks all the windows. Am I okay with blocking all the windows? I mean, no one will see them, I guess. Here's the upside of making this really deep. I can have an almost underwater world that's only accessible if you happen to have the Emperor arrow, otherwise you just die. In fact, do I have a kill plane available? Going on? Kill plane parent, perfect. Where it at? That doesn't matter. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy it over to here. Where are the sides? What is it? Huge. Oh. Don't need to be that big. Down, boy, down. Can I see the thingies? That whole moving it way over there, don't do that. It should be visible. Is it not visible? There should be a plane that's available. Here, let's make it visible temporarily. I want to see what the hell happens. Where is it? Oh, I see. It's on its side. No wonder I can't see it. I was like, wait a minute. Something ain't adding up here. It should have killed plain darkness. Actually, I don't know. Does the kill plane have that? Just check for Emperor. It does. I programmed this because I was originally going to have a flooded floor. And then, because it's no longer dilapidated, there's no flooded floor, and I wasn't sure if how I was going to really do the water. But just an indoor pool for all the water toys, aquatic toys I should say, is good enough. And this lets me have my all-important ship battle against the pirate waifu. Oh, it's just a doll, so I guess waifu and doll are probably not terribly accurate as far as things that go together, but we take what we can get here, you know? That's way too big. Still too big. Poppet going to hate water. Now it's just made out of milk. Kind of terrifying. Okay, I have a better plan. This whole invisible thing here, nah, fam. Nah, not fam. Because I'm gonna want to put more of those, and it was kind of weird. Construction. Let's get this. Visible. Oh, to variable, new visibility. Perfect, 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 perfect. Yes. Get nice and neat. Do this. Now instant editable, all exposed on spawn, so it appears at the top. That's all it does, it makes it appear at the top. Will default to invisible, but I would like it to be visible. I need only put it on visible. Which one? Perfect. I will make one change. Is okay. Is visible. The other one sounds like it's a specific thing I gotta put in it. Don't wanna. We don't do things like that around here. But just to double check. Into the pool we go. Ugh. Oh, into the pool. That landing, look at us. Hurt. Weird bend backwards thingy. Okay, that works. I put you back at the start of the game because that's the default if you have nothing. Well, that works, and then grab a tarot card. For Emperor. Which one am I using for this? I'm curious now. I have two of them. One for the ones that are floating in the world, and one for when the weapons are used, because they have their own special thing. They can turn visible and not visible. So where are these at? Visible terror. Okay. I'm gonna use this for an area that's the silliest area I can find. Alright. You still work? No. Bye. Oh, can be protected from. It's already in there. Need to turn that so it's available for all of them. Put it at the top so can't be protected from. Yes, yes indeed. I ain't taking no beating. I am. I identify as not taking a beating, so it works out. Perfect. kind of a very, very big effect. I don't know if I like the effect, but for purposes of this, does not stop you from dying to sanity death. Well, there's no way out of my pool, so you just die if you're in my pool. I just thought I'd tell you. You're just screwed. Sorry. Not sorry. That whole getting out of my pool thing? Nah. Nah, man. Nah. It's like the most dangerous, like, children's thingy ever. I'm just down for this to be like the most awkward, dangerous place imaginable. Never do what I just did. We'll auto place it on the ground, did not auto place it on anything. I might get rid of these walls so that they're the other things though. I don't know if I want them to be have the side wall there. But maybe I do. I'll have to block it so Poppet can't get down there. That's the big issue. Otherwise she can just run entirely along this. I think this isn't really terrible. There's actually no lights in this place. Down here, so I guess I'll put one or two on there just on the wall. Okay, thank you, that's the exact right direction. The actual opposite. I might actually put some sort of stairs over there, so that might get changed a bit. Still, I hate it less. But I've been rated apparently. Party of 38. Jitsbo and Michael T. How's it going? By me, I'm making a game about doll, a cursed doll who like some woman was killed and her soul was put into a doll and she's trying to escape a toy factory as a toy. Battling other toys. Working on the inventory like pool, like basically, where it's there's gonna be a boss fight later against another doll who actually has a pirate ship, but that's like much farther down the road since I just started making the room. Normally water kills her, but I'm added in like the she uses tarots in order to have powers and everything like that, and the Emperor Tarot protects her from the water. So jumping in the water, if you don't have it active, she just dies. She also dies in a terrible way. Like those legs, she ain't walking very far after that. She's kind of poor thing. Got my test tarot over here. Hey Jitsbo, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Definitely unexpected. I usually just kind of plug in and mess with game dev stuff, and then that works perfect. I don't like this effect. Pretty much a terrible death. Alas, it was a terrible death. I still have to put the underwater effect in. At least that works. But just to give an idea of what I'm actually working on, I'll go to some of the rooms where there's actual stuff to do and not rooms where I'm just building. Drop out nav meshes. I disable these because enemies can't move otherwise, and that's just... I mean, like, they, every time you alter anything, it has to reload the nav mesh, no matter where it is, and... no, Unreal Engine can be rough to start with some. Thank you. Enjoy your food, and, I mean, hopefully I do. Already more exciting than, I mean, I always enjoy this streaming. I just literally constantly... I mean, I'm just doing game dev anyway, and I just like, I'll just flip on the stream and chat with people. Anytime people swing by to chat, just makes game dev so much more exciting. I love game dev, but... you know, might not be the most, social hobby. No. Wish it was. Oh, Navmesh, why are you not showing it? Navmesh. Oh, it's a modifier bar. I'm done. Hey, bounds volume. Light this puppy up. What? Where are you now, Mesh? There we go. Everywhere the enemies can actually AI to. You can tell my computer is struggling with doing this in Unreal Engine and also streaming. So, some of the enemies in, she uses the various tarots. The Fool is a giant sucker designed mostly to beat people up. You can also levitate objects and throw them at things to damage them, or use them just to lift stuff up. The game's still in alpha state, so you know, it's a lot of the extra finishing effects won't be in here yet. I ran out of sanity. Everything's set up where you're powered by a curse, but the problem is the curse slowly kills you, so you have to actually stand in light in order to reduce the curse. That's okay. I need to add a better visual effect for it, I think. I've been testing various things as far as how to make it apparent but not annoying. Because originally I had it where it was just make the screen go all fuzzy. Actually, at one point I had everything just start to get really dark, and it's like, well, I can't even see anymore. What am I supposed to do? Makes it pretty hard to play the game. Yeah, she can use the Magician in order to open stuff. You know, get on to various places. Have to work on the collisions of the drawers, the insides of them anyway. And then as long as she stays within the bounds of the building, she can go outside too and look around. It's a steampunk game, so I have those going on there, but lets you go to other places by just going through the windows and stuff. Random fun things like that. And I also have beginnings of like a mini boss. Make the nav mesh go all over here so I can actually see things. But most nights I just kind of keep working on things and just keep building. Eventually I'm going to make the game really good. Might be a while. As I'm learning just how much scope is involved with a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm gonna do? That's to show she's still invincible from being hit. This is Patrick. He got named by chat because someone asked, "What have you done with my boy Patrick?" And from that point on, he just became Patrick. Added in the star, which trades your curse for health, or can trade your health for sanity, depending upon what you're doing with it. But it's not particularly fast. I'm still balancing it on how quickly you're allowed to use it, how quickly it drains versus heals. It's got like 3 phases, but I have like triple damage on to make it where I can just one-shot some of this stuff. Not him, of course. I need to tune in to be even more aggressive, I think, because sometimes he just kind of wanders off, which is awkward. But, I got more interested in building a room I don't even think I need at the moment. Walking down to half health, or try to. Jumping. I'm gonna give him a close range attack or something. He'll start launching around. He'll also start summoning units to help him. It's just the first mini boss. He's not supposed to be particularly tough. Yeah, he summons these wonderful little things. They do a little pirouette and explode. Like that so far. I definitely tell I need a lot to work on as far as fixing little bugs and stuff. I did finally put controller support in. It turns out Unreal Engine and controller support don't really go hand in hand. You'd think they would because it's the AAA engine of Champions, but it turns out that is so not a true statement. Because it doesn't work in the menus. You have to like essentially tell it to move to another button, then fake light up the button. It's not actually like, you know, it doesn't really select the button. It's just changing a variable that says this is the button that's selected, and if they hit the, you know, accept button during this, it'll actually do something, and that's just like the most awkward thing ever. That mechanic, and well, that's not a mechanic, it's a mini boss. And then I also have, as far as things that are currently in the game, I have a lot of the various tarot programmed at the moment. They are don't all have an actual use in the game though. Like I just programmed them, and that's cool. But this is the Hierophant room. The Hierophant, like, there's various cursed, oh, I guess possessed is a better term, from objects that if you try to use them, see, they don't really like you very much, and they'll just kind of toss you around. Just grab that. You can definitely grab hold of stuff. Get our sanity back real fast. Stay away. Anyway, when she uses this, they return to their actual position, and you can actually use it, but it slowly drains your curse, and if it runs out during, then you'll just fall to the ground. I also plan on failing that. I plan on having various areas where you have essentially almost like a timer, effectively, because your abilities are slowly running out to try to get through these. one of the fun options I have going on here. I think it's an interesting option. We'll see how it pans out. I might actually just have them potentially even just put away, and then you use the ability, and they'll do that. Player. Have that thing going on. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I have going on at the moment. I have my forbidden toy room where all the toys, there's going to be all the toy bosses. I'm slowly building a boss out of various, I should say. Kind of whatever I feel like working on that night. I think the best way to put it. Some nights I'm just like, I just want to design a level. Other nights I'm like, okay, I want to work on a combat. Some nights I'm just like, I want to make a weird box that just all things can live in. But yeah, I'm building this thing here. My plan is to slowly assemble parts on top of this model and then pull it all into a blueprint and have her fight by using these weird blades. The blades just being, you know, gears. You can put blades on her feet too and have her try to chase after you. I don't know. That's farther in. That's a lot of what's going on at the moment. And I just kind of keep working on it at various points. I currently started, I was just working on this room here, which is the greenhouse. It's supposed to be like a toy factory like that, so there's going to be a lot of areas that are designed for certain types of toys. Oh, I guess a toy store, not really a toy factory, though I might have toys built there. It depends on if I can find the right assets to make it. This is my greenhouse. I've been slowly working on to make it more fun to maneuver around because she's tiny, so everything, even these like holes in the stairs, are a way she could just fall. So that's a thing. I got those things going on here. Obviously a lower level here. I haven't bothered to put fall damage in yet. I'm not sure if there will be fall damage. She's a sack doll, which means that she's, you know, made out of material and stuffing, so falling wouldn't really hurt her that much. Just porcelain, she would obviously roll over and die, but oh. I have my weird creepy ghost girl. Gonna be floating around doing things, and probably gonna be almost like a horror element in the game. Apparently I'm moving on really far, really fast. I don't really see her very much this there. But much less creepy in the light. You should be. There's a bunch of animations I just saw on the Emerald Marketplace of all the creepy things that like, you know, having her like sitting up here in a corner looking down at things or crawling along the floor and like that. So I was gonna start putting a lot of those creepy things in there. I'm just waiting for the Fab Marketplace to open up and basically the Black Friday sales, because I'm a game dev and game devs are inherently poor. Yes, kids, if you want to make real money, don't be a game dev. Actually, every once in a while, one game dev does actually make money. They're usually the ones who don't make the really big projects like this. They're just saying. I recognize my lot in life. It's fine. I'll live. If I don't make it, you know, you'll know I didn't live. Perfect. Problem is the height of this is not quite what I want. I can always just change the height of the pool too. It doesn't have to be that tall. It can always be down a bit. Start lowering these down here. I didn't really have a solid plan for this room. I just kind of build as I go and figure out how it's going to go. I'm going to break this into pieces, I think. Made all the exterior walls to build this building. And I made a whole city. Actually looks cool at night. The game's supposed to be played at night, it's just really hard to design at night, so. My nighttime city. Toy factory. This is... One night I just started making the city. I don't know why. It doesn't go that incredibly far. It goes farther than it needed to. It goes over to like this. It's like, hey, wait a minute. This. That doesn't need it there. Perfect. I didn't like it anyway. Well, it's yeah. Coming along, I guess, is the best way to put it. Slowly. Really slowly. I think I'm gonna do... I just want this lined up, I think. It's gonna bug me if it's not lined up. I decided I want this pool to actually be somewhat deep because I want to have a bunch of toys that fight you underwater, like, you know, mechanical whales and things like that, mechanical other fish and things. Basically, if there's a dopey mechanical looking thing somewhere on the marketplace, I'll probably end up fighting it. Some amount of things in there. It might not look that big, but because, you know, Poppet, the main character, is so tiny, everything is huge to her. Oh. Even a file cabinet. You see a file cabinet, I see a platforming segment waiting to happen, yes. I guess I don't technically need stairs here. I was originally going to have stairs here because I hadn't built this yet, but having assorted catwalks overhead is kind of fun. Grab one of these bridges. These are great because Poppet can fall through the holes in it, so it's actually a kind of a little platforming segment in a way. Sort of. The platform here instead. I've been using these as my supports for them. Good old Epic giving me free stuff every single month. Like, you know you want this one. I do. It's like some Tomato City thing, and then there was a bunch of other stuff, but most of it wasn't that great. Like, here's a Tomato City. By the way, here's this, you know, futuristic, you know, cyberpunk thing. This asset pack is so bizarre. So, you know, for anyone out there who's like, listen, I wanted to make this cyberpunk game about tomatoes. It was the perfect pack for you, and Epic gave it away for free. There's got to be someone out there who wants to make that, and if there isn't, well, maybe I just spawned someone by saying it? I hope I did, I really do. It'd be amazing. First I was concerned about safety. If someone was really building this, how would they make it safe? And then I actually went and looked up what children's playgrounds were like in the 1920s, 1930s when this is supposed to be happening, and Wow. I mean, when I was a kid, the playground literally had gravel for you to land in, so they mostly just had the ground. You didn't even have gravel to break your fall, which I don't really think gravel is a great way to break a fall, but I don't know. I'm not sure if the ground's better or not on that one. I'm just gonna go into this one. I don't like it. Sir, I don't like it. Expand this out a little bit. Let's cheat. Best part is because it's in the dark, I can kind of get away with a lot of things not looking perfect because can't really see too much anyway. The lights will make a big difference too for how the area looks. I'm not gonna lie, if I was a kid and someone showed me this area to play around in, what would happen? I would just be running around doing all these dumb things like that. Just jumping off of things. Like, you know that if someone left this open like this, people would jump off everything. This bridge, this rail, everything into this pool. This is not a very deep pool, so I don't know if that's a great plan, but I guess the water could be high. Well, it's pool water, I guess. Oh, it's the pool lake. I always search for lake. I don't want to search for water. Unreal Engine makes it very easy to fill a pool. I might end up changing these out, like later change the outside and not have this. I don't know. You can black them out. I programmed that in earlier. Honestly, I probably want to... I guess I want to disable can be opened, right? Because otherwise they're going to try to open it and then be upset that they can't get into it. And there's going to be something to click on, so I'll just block it so it can't be opened. It's possible I could have a thing where you go out this window here and then sneak around to one of the other windows. I do like to do that, make hidden window thingies. I don't know what this is going to be over here, so I'll leave that one as it is so they can actually sneak out it. And then I'll have to construct some sort of thing out here for them to jump around. I mean, I guess this already exists, so it's not nothing. The only problem is if I leave this area open, they can sneak around areas they shouldn't be able to get into, so I have to find ways to block stuff. A very big problem. The tiny doll character actually fits in just about everything. Quite literally everything. Which is half the fun of her, but it does make it hard to keep her from going certain places you really don't want her to go. I probably need to block the side of this pool somehow, because otherwise she can just literally run across here and just keep running all the way around the pool, thus skipping everything. So maybe some kind of plants or something here, because like, this is literally just an avenue for her. Same thing's true over here. Might also put a door in this one here too. This is clear proof that I need to do a lot less brushes. Because it takes forever to load because I have so many of them because I'm just kind of building things, but use the geometry brushes in Unreal, you can just do wonderful things. It's just they work on additive and positive ones there, and this door has this giant negative one around it, which has negative brush here, and this is a positive brush. You can tell because you can see it. You just jam one in the other, and now suddenly there's a hole in it. And you could just fuse it together to make it an actual static mesh later, which is what I'll end up doing. It's definitely the beauty of Unreal Engine. They definitely save you a lot of money on just being able to make stuff. I have no idea which room's going to be over there. Same thing with this. I don't even know what's going to be the... Probably saying this the stairway, something like that. What do I call it up here? Oh, yes, the pipe maze. I don't know if I like the pipe maze yet. I just call it stairway. Perfect. I like my job real easy. I don't know if this door should even be here, because how are you getting up to it? Like, what's the plan here? Do I literally make a... Well, I guess there's two ways I can go about this. One, I can get rid of the door. Three ways, I guess. I can go around over here and then have it just go by the waterfall thing, like some sort of a walkway over through here and out to that, which might be more interesting. Or I could have it go from the side over there. I don't like that. I like the first one I just described infinitely more. That's something game dev has really taught me. You just sit there and you just start saying the stupid ideas out loud, and suddenly it becomes real easy to decide, like, it's not that I'm saying it. Huh. It is stupid. No. I often just voice what I'm doing. Purely so I get myself thinking, going, should I? No, I should not. Let's move this over a little bit, I guess. I might actually have this come out of pipes. Right? I just had it like an actual thing here, coming out of here. Technically, I should probably raise it up so it looks a little better. But I could sit there and ink it. I left that nav mesh enabled. I know that's what happened. Ah, there it is. That's why I have it disabled, because this building navigation happens every time I do anything. It already takes a while to build stuff. You really don't need to add that to it. I could do that, move over here. Even potentially shrink this a little bit. Oh, it's got to be wider than that. I don't can see it sticking out the sides. So it's not sticking out the sides, it's sticking in the walls. 0 out of 10, do not like. I want to lower this water too. Not because it looks bad in here so much as I don't like how it looks out there. Doesn't match up quite as well as I want it to. It doesn't match up well at all. Excellent, excellent. I'll figure out something there. I mean, if the pipes would probably look a little better. You know what I could do? Wait a second, I have a better idea. Part of the problem is it's hard to make it show under the water because it's just a flat plane, right? So what I could do is put like another little plane there so it's like on the side, this angle underneath here, so it looks like there's water there, but then it would look like the water was flowing. But the underwater effect wouldn't make sense because you're not underwater itself, so you wouldn't really see under there. So deal with the fact that I need an illusion to work. Why not just have the one on the wall like right below, you know? Still like the coloring difference on that water though. I'll have to find some way to make that blend a little better. You know what? I might have something that does it. The bottom foam. Probably wider intentionally. This way it always looks like it's hitting somewhere on there. See if I can do some sort of cheating thing to make it look like some sort of little rapids on there. This is the least safe pool in the world. Like, you're really gonna have your kids play here on this? It's just open to a waterfall, just suck you right in, no problem. And over here I have little pipes to suck you back up here. Like this is literally when that kid got stuck in the tube in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory thing. This is the tube they're talking about right here. It's like, terrible plan. The worst choice ever. They just have you sign a waiver at the door. Enter at own risk. Just have a little thing saying no children have, like, you know, like days since last accident. Days since last fatality. Could put a grate on it or something like that. What was that called? Both of these in the right room. Like 3,000 assets on the map. You really gotta sort some. Almost 3,000. There's the foam there, but I think I want to do this. Make it less pronounced. Some things are really hard to click on, and these particle things can sometimes just be a real challenge to click on. That's a little better. If I just shrink it down a bit. I don't like where the bottom one's placed particularly. Well, I just moved the whole thing, so of course I don't like it. That's a little better. These are my de facto lights until I come up with some better light for the room. Okay, I mean, they're not like the best. But what I'm actually thinking is running it out like this, over like this, back into the wall, around, and then like a loop thing here, over to here. Just to make it its own fun, weird walkway. After all, it's just more places to fight on. Which I could use. I really could use more places to fight. Yes. I do this. Could turn them. Which direction do I want it to be? Unfortunately, they have those little boards here, and just the way they're designed. Never going to be perfect, unfortunately. Guess I'll just stick with the style one, maybe? I don't know. If I do it this way and I come up with a better corner later, I can always just swap in the corner, which is probably a better idea than what I am doing. Sometimes Epic just gives me a free asset and I just decide to incorporate it later. That happens a lot. In fact, most of these assets... most of the actual assets that build everything have largely been given to me. You just, you know, every month they just give away 5 more free assets. Plus they have some naturally free ones all the time. So I just collect those, and every year that's 60 free asset packs. A couple years down the road. So many assets at that point. Which is important because game dev is kind of expensive. So, well, if you want all this custom stuff, it's really expensive. But if you're not doing custom everything, just saying, you know, save a lot of money. It's kind of nice. I could make this wall this here too. Just kind of go with the same leaf motif for this area. Add this surface too. It'll do. I'm not designing this room out here anytime soon anyway, so it's fine. This is so I can add weird mushroom things onto the walls. I'm sure that's what you thought you heard tonight. Put mushroom things on the walls. It's these things here, so they match the walls. I'm going to keep adding these at various points to create weird platforms that are probably a little more interesting than this pathway thing, but half the fun is also creating areas for the humans to use. Because I found in testing that when playing, that's more fun than the areas that are designed specifically just for toys. Not like 100% true, but yeah, it's kind of been my experience. Also, as a bonus, because she's so tiny, the areas designed for humans make great places to do combat. Because this is more than enough room to do a battle on for her. I have a whole legion of little voodoo monsters that I need to design. Not design, but implement some kind of AI for. I didn't feel like doing that. I like having a smaller pathway here. It doesn't have to be a smaller pathway. I could just make it go farther out. Let's say I do that. I'm gonna trick their eyes by making it where I just increase the size of both of these so that they don't know that these are actually a slightly different size than everything else. What goes on in the dark stays in the dark, I guess. Sure, you'll just be able to jump between these, but that's okay. Normal people wouldn't jump between these. Well, it's like not even true if this is like a toy, place for like children to play around, everything like that. This looks so much like a runway into the pool to me. I don't know about you guys. It's just, I can just see it now. It just goes running right off this and just hits this halfway on and then falls in the pool, and at least one accident happened that way. My mother used to work at a public pool when I was a kid, so we saw many dumb things. A lot of which was just swimming in that pool. It was disgusting. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend that pool. We've run into a slight problem here, and I think it comes down to the fact that I made the entire thing slightly lower than I needed to because this door was here and I didn't account for the... Am I okay with that? I mean, it's fine. It's not like ideal. Not like the end of the world either. I could raise them all up. I want to do that. Oh, no, no. Much easier to do that. I should have shrunk it after moving it to the right location, but I did not do that. So... I could actually have pillars holding it from the ceiling. Might be interesting. Or I can have pillars in the pool that too. I almost want to have one of these over here instead of some of these pathways here. Issues. Time to go. So, what I could do instead of having this weird pathway here is instead have one of these bridges over here. I'm kind of a visual guy, so I really have to see things like laid out and then go, okay, this I like better. Other stuff, eh. And right in front of here, I could have the more adventurous type of one of these bridges that then connects over to this instead of having this sideways thing here. I think I hate that. Maybe something more like that. I think just wants to zoom way over the side. Part of the reason we want to incorporate these is Poppet can fall through these holes, so it creates something of a platforming thing that's unintentional. Well, okay, it is intentional, but they might not realize it's a platforming thing. It's not set up like it's a platforming thing. It just happens to act like a platform. That's kind of my design philosophy at the end of the day. I want things to look like normal people would use them, but then be a problem for Poppet. I don't need these little sideways ones. Make my life easy. Since I already measured those out. I think I like that better. I have a second one. These have the advantage of looking like they would be able to like be supported without having something underneath them, which is a very real problem. Because, well, if I put a bunch of things holding up this underneath here, it's going to affect gameplay down below. What about this hypothetical this way? Okay. No, I don't like that. I could make a smaller one that does it, but part of the fun of making go in front of a waterfall is just think of the number of times you've seen that, you know, rickety rope bridge in front of a waterfall. You give them just that little childlike glee of that, and it's like, oh, it's so cool. Woohoo. Cooler when you're not building it, obviously. If you're building it, it's okay. I'm gonna do it this way. And I'm just gonna shorten this. Because the rope bridge has to connect to something, right? It poses a slight problem. I guess I could have him walk around. Those are pathway things. Here. A lot of these design things pretty much end up being like this, where you're just like, well, what would be kind of fun to mess with? This might not look like it's very exciting. And, you know, on the surface, it's not very exciting, this, you know, thing here. What this really represents is enemies unable to jump through this can now be dodged because Poppet can jump through it. So, you know, anything chasing after, she can just jump through it as a way to fight back. So what just seems like a crappy rail is actually way more impactful than you think. Because a lot of enemies can't jump. And if they do jump, there's no guarantee they make it through one of these holes. They'll just launch themselves into the air and hope for the best, you know? Yeah, guys. You can set up so they're smart enough to go specifically through a hole, but it takes a lot of extra effort and a lot of setting up the stuff in advance for where they're going to jump at, like exact spots. And that's not exactly, it would take a long time. And then you got to program the AI to get all those, and just is not quite, like, I watched a tutorial on it and I tested it and I was like, oh, okay. It maybe not. I don't hate this, but I don't like this kind of thing. I think the plan is just to shrink these down. Have this be a much smaller pathway until you get to here. Only because the door has to open, so it can't be too small. We'll see. We'll get into supports and everything happening underneath afterwards. Keep that one. Do I want this to just be something like that? Okay, that's a critical failure right there. So, there's a door right below it. I'll go into the stairway here. How badly do I want this door here? And this is kind of the central column that gets you into everything. Probably have another door on the other side. I plan on having a lot of machinery and stuff. So it'll be... It'll be different over here anyway. I plan to have the Judgment Tarot allow you to fire little lightning bolts that can actually power up the machines that are going to be in here. There's an asset pack with a whole bunch of steampunk machines, like a whole steampunk, you know, factory and everything, and all the stuff I need, like 200 assets or something like that. But you know, Black Friday is so close. I think I'll just wait till Black Friday and not spend a fortune. You know, I think it's $150 for the asset pack or something. And I'm sure on Black Friday it'll be at least 50%. At least. Black Friday with Epic usually takes about a month beforehand, so it's that and Spring are the only two major sales on there where you can basically just assume everything is going to be on sale. Like no ifs, ands, or buts, everything's on sale. Well, these weird log holder thingies, maybe. I'll pull one down here and see how it looks. Probably not going to work here because there's not a lot of space. Why there? Space there. They just paste there, B. This about paste here. It's weird that it's selecting this bottom area there for some reason. Oh, I had two things selected. Well, sometimes I hit Control Select a bunch of times and it leads to not great things because I'll copy a bunch of things I should not have. Then I'll find them later and be like, hey, wait a minute. Where did that come from? I'll, of course, explain that my game is haunted, and that's the only logical reason it could end up there, and not because I had it selected and it looked weird. Pasted when I wasn't paying attention. Nah. Problem with these is they don't really work terribly well for that because they kind of block the thing there. I don't really know if I like that idea. I mean, it's just a tripping hazard, but that's okay. I don't mind tripping hazard. Cooler when you're walking above. You just do this and that. More importantly, it also serves as a thing for Poppet to jump on. And she can, in fact, well, jump on it. Sometimes you can create additional pathways that are just there, you know? That aren't pathways for people. Okay, that's a weird one. Huh. I'm curious. Suddenly gain the ability to levitate. Why can I levitate? What's simple collision? Well, simple collision's still a travesty. And we'll go to about here. 3-in-1 simple collision. This other one's complex collision, the one that, you know, is this nice, almost violet type of color or whatever. It's essentially perfect collision. However, the price tag of the perfect collision is that it's just so much more complicated and a lot of things don't necessarily work correctly with it. Like your character will still bounce off it, that's true, but it's so many sides that it confuses things. It's a lot. That being said, I might make this more if I wanted to be able to jump inside of these. Most of the time it doesn't matter, because most characters aren't going to be small enough to care about this sort of thing. When you have a tiny doll. Now it's showing up. Wait a second. That fix it? Was that why the collision was weird? I solved that in things so she can actually grab hold of stuff and things too. That there's like hidden ledges that let you do that effectively. The whole grab mechanic is kind of rough. A lot of extra work to put it in. Oh, it's just a whole wall here. I can't go anywhere near it, but I mean, it can't be those things up above. Yeah, and she's in the darkness. And anyone's at. Are these the problem? Could that be the case? I mean, I imagine the collision on these can't be that ridiculous, right? I mean, they don't look bad to me. It could be a little tighter, I suppose, but that's close enough. It's only in this corner. Phantom collision. It's only over there. Huh. Just blocks all the way to the wall. Not really anywhere else. Just flush with this. Huh. Has to be some kind of a plane or something that's just... Huh. It's not any of these. I'm pretty certain these just have the same collision. Or just a simple box. Usually, UE pretty much has most boxes figured out. Not too much work. Yeah, like, the box is fine. Also... I changed a bunch of them to just be the, use the normal collision, or the complex collision, just so I didn't have to think about it while I was designing. Huh. I'll have to remember to look up for that wall at some point. I'm not going to do it right now, because the process of trying to find that wall is going to be boring. Nobody wants to watch that, trust me. Not an exciting thing to do. I mean, sometimes the, well, if you're into programming, the programming can be exciting, but if you're not into programming, it's also kind of... I see why a lot of the people like Michael Reeves go and make their videos and they skip over programming. I can see where a lot of people would not be excited. I'm the one doing the programming, and sometimes I'm not excited. Programming's not too bad. He makes it so easy. Blueprints are a wonderful thing. I might put these on either side of these, not because it needs them, so much as it just looks aesthetically more pleasing. And sometimes that's just the best way to do it. Just make it look nice. When in doubt, there's just a little extra right there. I'm just gonna get rid of it. I don't like it. It just doesn't match with what's going on here. Also, I want these to look like they're going out this direction instead of the other. Just cause. Could technically just make the board slightly larger for this and just have it go out like that, and not actually have any additional stuff for it. I don't hate it. I already had on the right thing. Yep, it's I don't know. If you've ever been into building games, you know, like Satisfactory or whatever, Unreal Engine's got your back. It's pretty much what you do in this. You spend a lot of time just building things. Except for you can have anything you want if you want to program it. And it's not usually that hard to program it, but obviously if I'm making areas, I don't need to program anything. If you need a particular thing, or you want some sort of weird conveyor belt, or who knows what, you just make it. Whatever you want. I switched to programming in a bit just for a change of pace, though. A lot of times I just work on whatever inspiration I have at any given moment. When you're a solo dev, it's just like, oh, this is what I want to work on today. I mean, you're going to do it all, so you might as well do what you want to do that day. Especially if you're not actually getting paid. Like, maybe when you actually release the game, maybe you get paid, but maybe not. You might as well have some fun with it. Meantime. What if I make the assumption that it's like being held up by pillars instead or something? What if that's really how it would work? Instead of having them underneath, can I get away with having them go up? Oh, we'll find out. Yeah, I could hold it up with pipes. It is steampunk. Sometimes I should make a point of using more pipes in general. But these rooms aren't that steampunky, though I'm gonna probably added more additional pipes and things along the way. I have this working theory that anytime a room has 2 floors, I want at least 3 different areas that you can interact with gameplay-wise, right? The first being, you know, the bottom floor. You know, sure, the ground. Something you can do down there. And then some sort of, like, you know, deck type of thing above, like a second floor thing. Then the third floor being pipes that are up above that you go through them to get into place. That you can wander through. This room just happens to have 4 because you can actually get on top of the pipes. And have something up here to go on top of the pipes as well. And the entrance to inside of the pipes is actually I want to make that wall right. More fun with this. That's just what I do. Get some new toys to play with. I don't know if I want to do a bunch of plants there. I had that up in the greenhouse thing, but the best thing about this Tomato City texture pack is actually that the plants look fake. They look like toys. So because of that, that is not what I did. It's what ended up on there. That's not what I intended to do. So they're just like the perfect thing because they just look like a cheap toy and not actually like something that's, you know, the legitimate thing they wanted it to be. I mean, they don't look, this looks weird to me. That's okay. Because, you know, we have all these weird little fake looking things here. Make it, actually, I'm not going to put these ones in the pool, I don't think. I don't know, if they look plastic and fake, I guess they could go in the pool. I did plan on having an underground little area to do stuff. And fight against the pirate ship that's just floating on it. Well, toy pirate ship, because, you know, they are toys. Totally tight. Plus, these also have a weird little sparkle to them. They instantly make every room a little bit more interesting. So, the way out of the pool is right over here. I might have a second one out of the pool, maybe? I don't know about that. I could put like a fake planter on top of these. I want to do that. Or do I just want like cheap looking plants? Maybe the fake planter would be good. I'm too lazy to grab the planter, so I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to grab a smaller one. I may replace it with a better planter later, but a lot of times I don't think it's that important to make a specialty planter for each area. You can if you want, but... You know, if I put planters all the way around it, what I could actually do is lower the pool intentionally because the planters are here. This point 2 was the right one all along. I just take these and drop it right here. Just dump this right here, and let's say I do that. Let's say I lower this one. I'm not sure if I'm cooking on this one or just doing dumb things, but that's okay. That's like half the ideas I come up with in this. Cheat and get it to the bottom. A nice person in chat one day told me I could just hold shift and then hit end in order to drop it to on top of things. It mostly works. Mostly? I wish I could zoom out a little more, but because I'm working on an interior, I cannot do that. I guess I can do it from this side. That's a little better. It'll make the ends kind of big, but I can always replace it later, so it's not a big deal. Oh, I have number lock on. That's because I tried the shift in thing earlier. It was unsuccessful. Or might be the correct one. If I just do this, oh wait, yeah, see, it doesn't match. You can just click this little thing here and it'll bring it up over here, select it, and once it's selected, I can just go over this and be like, okay, well, here's the material it's using. Nope, it's using this one now. Perfect. Could almost create a step by doing this, like almost like a tiered setup. Would that be better? This is now like even less of a safe pool if you do this though, because you know, let's say I do this, that means that underneath here is now a place you can get stuck under. Worst pool ever. That's okay. Perfectly fine. Sometimes. Kids should just know better. What's even better is over here, right? Because that means that I'll have these here. And that means there's these pipes that suck them underneath here, making it even more effective death trap. Perfect. You're playing a doll, you can't breathe it. No worries. Also, that means there's a secret area back here where I can hide something. Later on, when you get the ability to maybe double jump or something, you'll be able to get it. I don't know what I have by this point, but... Originally, I was just going to keep everything on the 5th floor. And then that was going to be like the whole demo. Then I just got to building, and I haven't even built all the 5th floor. I built it downwards. It's possible the demo now becomes the areas I'm building versus the areas that I thought were going to be in it. Just a thought. Might happen. If I'm going to tier it like this, I do that. I'm obviously going to get the water out of here and I put some sort of a ground in there so better. Or I just leave it over here and don't do that. I like little pathways that you can wander around on that are just there. Incidental things that look like someone maybe designed them for purposes of just looking good. But I don't think I'm going to want it along this wall here. It might just be this one area that does it, and not... I don't know, maybe we'll see. They'll be testing to see if it's actually any fun to run around on them. Might play terribly for all I know. A lot of stuff does. I see. Overlock. Okay. Let's do it like this instead. I wish I knew a better way to do it, to really align this stuff, but I don't. It's okay. It'll do. Make this one less wide. It interferes with the stairs. Even. Alrighty. 0.22, no, it's 2.2, kind of big. Wait a sec. Almost like a little moat around it or something. But not looking to make a moat. A little farther out than that. That is not going to work. You know, in hindsight, I should have built from the ground up. I have no idea what possessed me to build downwards like this. It was what we call a bad life decision, though. Why is it hanging out here? What's the kill plane? Should be pretty good. Point 3. Oh. That's a little better. A little bit much that way. Good, good, good. That's what we want. So. don't suppose we have any game devs in the audience. Random people who've decided to just download these engines and give it a shot. I came from the RPG Maker community, so I managed to escape. They haven't found me yet. Don't tell them where I'm at. An incredibly great engine if you want to make a JRPG. Or like from the Super Nintendo era. And pretty crappy if that's not your plan. Know what your tool is, for, if you're going to paint the Sistine Chapel, don't get a paintbrush. I know that the guy actually did, but if you're gonna paint a skyscraper, don't use a paintbrush. I learned a whole bunch of JavaScript in order to try to make that engine do things that it's just not supposed to. It's not built to do. It's just, don't do that to yourself. It's just not meant to be. I have a way to make this look not like this. This is mostly a placeholder until I get around to making the box brush version, which is just a geometry brush setup. Takes a long time to set up geometry brushes, if you have a bunch of them on the map, which I already do. I already have one the right size, I might as well just drag it over here. Yeah, I definitely learned that was not the right call for me. But on this side, got this side too. I think it's a great engine if you're just, starting out and you want to make that. We want to make a Zelda clone or something. Perfect for those things. 100% would use. What if you want to make anything else whatsoever? Would not. I've tried all the major engines except for I haven't ever tried Game Maker. Of course, now it's free. I mean, I'm not going to start over with another engine. That's crazy talk. I did that once before. I tried Unity. I tried Godot. Which, let's just be real here. If you can use Unity, you can use Godot. And if you can't use Unity, then you'll have to learn Godot. Because they're basically like the same engine, only Godot can't do anywhere near as much. That's pretty much what I experienced when I was like, this is basically just Unity. Only not as good. Because it's just, I mean, it will eventually be as good, sure. It just didn't have the capabilities at the time that Unity did. It has been a while since I used it though, so I don't know what it can do now. So I'm not that excited to use an engine like that. It's fine. Hate it. I've fallen in love with blueprints. I never want to type out syntax again in my life. There is a certain nerdy beauty to typing out code, and I do like it. There's a greater beauty to just dragging around nodes and not having to do weird crap. At least in my mind. I think I had it the right size before, and then I don't even know if I need the little planner on this side because you can't really do anything with it, but maybe I'll find something interesting to do with it. Oh, this one's way smaller, that's right. Ooh, ooh. Do, 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 do. Ah. I'll start moving these into there so that they look like they're planted in there or something. Definitely don't plan on the Emperor being in this particular room, but for testing, it can stay in this room. Some of the taros are really hard to come up with a gameplay ability for. Like, what would this really do gameplay-wise? And it's just... I have the Empress grows plants, and because it's supposed to be all nurturing, so I'm like, well, maybe it'll grow plants. Which is what led to the greenhouse in the first place being a thing. I'm, of course, going to block this off, but that won't stop the player from jumping through to get into these areas, of course. We'll assume that humans wouldn't go through there, probably. Maybe. My clever plan here does not really account for that, because I've already lined those up. So, the backup plan is now to line these up. I was a contractor's assistant for a couple years, and the one thing that he explained to me was that it doesn't matter if it's leveled. It's not important. Like, something doesn't have to be, level with the house. What it really needs to be is level with the door right next to it, So, if I leave these two things as a different length, people will look at it funny. But if I, go out of my way to make these the exact same length, people won't even notice that they're smaller most of the time. I mean, there might be someone who sees it, but most people will just check it against the other rails and go, looks good, looks legit, perfect. Like when you go to hang a picture, make certain picture is level with the door, not with the, floor and ceiling. Like, no one cares. No one looks like this. They always look at the door right next to it and go, oh, that's crooked. Even though the door might actually be crooked, which happened a lot of times. Working on someone's house, and it's like, this door is just completely, almost like, 2-3 degrees off. Might not seem like a lot, but when it's a doorway and it's that, what that means is the door doesn't open very well anymore. Terrible plan. This mattered because then they make me have to, bang it back into place effectively, because you really can't, you're not going to recut the door like, the holder for it. The frame, you're just going to pretty much just run with it as it is because, well, we usually weren't there to do that. Most time I was running wire. Little electrician's assistant 90% of the time. No, you learn what it's like to get shocked a lot. Usually not that bad. It's actually not a big deal this time. Like, it's fine. You also learn to tape down the breakers. Yes. As my boss at the time put it, he's like, yeah, you know, you're just going along, you're doing your thing, you're working on this, and then someone's like, walks by the box, they see it's open, like, oh, why is this breaker flipped? And then they just flip it, and if you didn't tape it down, you just got one hell of a wake-up call. Or you might be dead. Depends on how bad of a shock it was. So, electrical tape had many purposes. Mostly used on the box itself. But typically I didn't get shocked very often, so... It doesn't take many times to go, hey, wait a minute, this was a dumb idea. Like the penny in the light socket, if you have to stick the penny in the light socket multiple times to figure out it was a bad plan, probably shouldn't be an electrician's assistant. It's been so many years since I've done it. It'll get you in great shape if you happen to do it your whole life, but I took a different path. Path that leads me to game dev, which will not get you in good shape. It will actually do the exact opposite. Still fun. This is the pool. Great. Don't question my pool. How's it going, Journey God? Yeah, it's yeah, I had this place going last time I was streaming. I'm pretty certain you remember that. And then I got this like idea. I was like, hey, wait a second. What if I had the water leaving out of here into this? Yeah. And then, like, okay, well, the water's got to go somewhere. So I was like, how about a pool down here? And I was like, okay, cool. Like, well, then I need some way to suck the water back up, right? So it goes forever. So I created pipes, and now the water loops. I mean, technically, the water isn't doing anything. The water is literally it's just a bunch of particle effects, but in theory, it would loop. And then I started building this stuff around here and everything like that because I wanted to have, like, I started putting little planter boxes around it. And, have this weird pool going underneath here. And I'm going to have stuff underneath. There's going to be, like, aquatic fights and stuff. You'll have to get the Emperor Tarot in order to survive water, otherwise the water just kills you. But later on, I'm going to have, like, you know, an old pirate girl, you know, an old pirate toy, basically, like that. Because they're, like, 5... girls have been captured and turned into dolls. They represent the various bosses of the game. She's got a pirate ship, she's stuck in a bottle, and you can free her, but if you, like, she's also a boss later, and so you're gonna fight her on this, and what I'm gonna have to do is have you have your own little stupid ship and fight her. Well, your ship's gonna be made out of crap because you don't get a really cool pirate ship. Or maybe you will get a pirate ship, I don't know. I don't know how you're getting a pirate ship here. I was gonna assume she was gonna build a ship out of garbage. But something like that, and yeah. I'm gonna have weird plant things around here too to make it kind of continue the weird, almost jungle vibe going on here. Okay, it's not an almost jungle vibe; it's a jungle vibe. But yeah, that's where I'm going with it here. It's coming out pretty good. Like, had a bunch of people show up in a raid like that. None of them talk though, which is sad. But they are here to witness my, we'll call it genius because we're being generous. Yes, that's genius. The fine line between madness and genius. pretty certain I crossed that line. Maybe I'm just playing hopscotch with back and forth over it. That's fair. It's only 12:30 a.m. here, so I live in the past. Part of me wants to have this here. I don't know. Yeah, I'm over in California, so everyone is always ahead of me. That's right. It's even worse when the New Year happens. Oh my god. Everyone's a year ahead of me. I just feel like terrible. Like, guys, tell me what the New Year's like. Is it good on the other side? What's it like on the other side? Oh my god. A part of me thinks this should actually have a pillar here. But then I realize I'm putting a pillar in a pool, and I don't know. But this pool's super dangerous, so... you know, whatever. Like, this is clearly designed in, like, the worst way imaginable. Kids are gonna jump off of every single thing here possible. And running leaps, and then hitting this, you know this will happen. They'll run from the stairs here, and jump, and you know someone's gonna jump to the side and go right on that. 100%. I think I've seen the film Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, but I can tell you right now, you could probably just go on, like, you know, X or something like that and learn everything you need to know about California. Not gonna learn a lot of good stuff. It's a beautiful state. I mean, I might be giving it some crap. But it has pretty much every possible biome in it. From rainforests to deserts, and the ocean and mountains. It's got it all. And I live up in the northern section, so I'm much more used to the rugged type of area than down south, where it's just cities and beaches and stuff. Or a giant valley that's mostly just farmland. I will say that for all that people give it crap on the news and everything like that, it's not as bad as people make it out to be. It ain't great. Not as bad as people make it out to be. I'm still here, so let's just say everything you need to know about that. It's like, fine. It's expensive. Very expensive here. I live in the cheap section. Let's just say everything. Like here, you can get a... You can still get like a studio for about $800 a month. It ain't gonna be a nice studio. It's gonna be in a crappy section of town. You can definitely get it. If you're in someplace like San Francisco, I think it's like a couple thousand or something for a studio. It is dumb. I'm like, why do people live there? I've been to San Francisco. It's terrible. 0 out of 10 would not recommend San Francisco. I always tell everyone, people, that you're not anyone until you've been robbed at least once in San Francisco. I say this because I've been robbed in San Francisco, so I count as someone now. They actually just broke into our car. Like, I learned, nobody tells you this, but I'm gonna tell you now. This is probably something you see in a big city in general. If in the parking structures, people will leave the spot next to the stairs empty, and you're thinking to yourself, oh my god, I have the best spot possible. I'm right by the stairs. I can just go into the building. We're good. What you've also found is the easiest spot in the entire place to steal from and get away with it. So by parking there, you almost guarantee your car is getting broken into. We were driving my girlfriend's car at the time. And she was He was a real hoarder. Her car had all kinds of crap in it, and they most definitely broke into her car and most definitely stole everything in there. It's a place that you can go to. That's San Francisco in a nutshell. But then, that wasn't like the actual best stories that have happened there. Like, oh, I was in downtown San Francisco. I was there because my brother was in the hospital, you know. And we were kind of killing time because we were waiting to find out how he was doing, but we didn't know. I won't go into why he was in the hospital and all that. It's just his private business, so I'm not gonna be that guy. But what I will say is this: in downtown San Francisco, it's like if you've ever thought to yourself of a city where it's like the most soul-sucking, cold, just awful-looking place, downtown San Francisco's it's exactly that, because it's entirely concrete and like basically metal or something, and you're just looking up. The sun is so far above you because the buildings are all blocking it, and it's just, there's no green, no nothing. It's just dull gray. It's awful. So that's not the point of the story, though. Like, it's definitely like set the scene for it, right? You know, I mean, just think of like, you know, any movie you've ever seen where you're just the worst city you've ever been to. That's San Francisco. So now that we've established that, we went into a sandwich shop there, right? And the sandwich shop lady was quite the talker. I love to talk to people, so I got her talking. And she said that, you know, the thing she really wanted more than anything in life was a weed. Not like weed. No. The weed that you would, you know, take out of a garden because it's annoying. Why did she want this? Because there was so little light that even though she lived a few stories up in the same building, there wasn't enough light in her house to actually have plants. So she was just always in the dark, and she was dreaming of a point where she could literally have a weed, basically enough light for plants to grow. That'd be the most sad, pathetic thing I'd ever heard in my life. I just like, wow. Because keep in mind, I grew up in the mountains, so, you know, I'm used to trees that are like, you know, 40 feet tall. Yeah, 40, 50 feet, totally. Very normal. And, I mean, weeds are everywhere. You don't have to do anything. The weeds are just everywhere you don't want them to be. And everywhere you do want them to be, which is nowhere. I'm just like, okay. I was with my dad at the time there because I was, actually, I think I was still like 20-something, but we went down there as a group because, you know, we went to check on my brother, so no need for us to all drive cars down to just pay for parking in San Francisco. And he was saying, you know, there's some guy begging, and he's just like, watch this. Just begging for food out there like that, you know. So he goes, and we go eat our food there. We have our little tale about the, you know, the sandwich. Not sandwich, the weed. And my dad goes and gets this guy a sandwich. And, you know, he's like, yeah, check this out. He goes and gives the guy sandwich because the guy's begging for, like, you know, anything like that, and the guy gets so angry and throws it on the ground. He's like, I don't want a sandwich, give me money, I want beer. And I was like, oh. It was funny. We just laughed, just like, yep, sounds about right. I mean, what kind of a beggar are you for to even do that, right? Like, shouldn't you? Yeah. But I mean, all that does is make nobody want to help you anymore. So wouldn't it make sense to be like, you know, be all thankful and be like, oh, you know, I'll eat it later, blah, 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 you know, and just, you know, just look like a good person, right? Because then other people are like, oh, yeah, it's a good person like that. But then everyone else looked by and just was like, what the? I guarantee you nobody gave that guy anything else afterwards. Not for a while, anyway. It's just funny to see some people. But yeah, it was a weird place. San Francisco, every time I've been there, it's always been something weird. Like when I first went there as a kid, I believe I was like, I want to say 11 or 12. Could have been 13, but I think it was 11 or 12. It was a while ago. We went to go see some museums and everything like that, and went with my mother, and it was okay. One of the first things we had to do was we went to, oh gosh, it was one of the parks down there nearby the museum because we were going to cross the park, and the police told us to, you couldn't go that way because of the dead body. Welcome to San Francisco. That was my first San Francisco experience. Like, oh, look, a dead body. What a cool place. I love San Francisco. Spoiler, I don't love San Francisco. I'm lying. I don't like it. It's a place you can go. That sums up San Francisco. I've actually been there a bunch of times because when they had Golden Gate Park where the Giants used to play, it became like 3Com Park later, something like that, or they made a new one. And I went to that one too, but my dad was a big Giants fan, so we went to San Francisco a bunch of times to go see the Giants. Which is cool, you know, I got to hang out with my dad. I was young at the time, so, you know, it wasn't like... We didn't do it much later in life, but... Early on, it was cool, you know? Cool. And, I mean, there's good memories there. For all that I bag on it, it's... Like, I've, been to Fisherman's Wharf, I've been to, like, the Black. I went to, I walked across the Golden Gate, and I looked up at the actual, the pillar type things, or they're called pillars, they're called something else, but you know what they are basically. And I mean, it's an impressive sight to build. I mean, it really is very cool to look up and see that. Wow, that's just wild. But it also stinks really bad there. Just smells like the ocean. So you'll remember that too when you go there. You're like, oh god. The wharf there is... Oof. But the weird stories there don't really end because, you know, it's San Francisco, and every time you go to San Francisco, something happens. Just San Francisco. So, one time I went down there with my girlfriend at the time. She had family there, and, you know, it's cool. See the family. We go and stay at this hotel, right? And, you know, this hotel, I mean, it was nice. I enjoyed it. I don't remember the name of it. Nameless Hotel 47B, for all I know. But, yeah, I had my great sleep. And next day, I wake up and my girlfriend was just like, she's like going, we need to leave here. I'm like, why? She's like, we need to leave. I'll tell you later. I'm like, okay. So we left pretty quickly. And then later on, she tells me, she's like, I just don't know what it was. I was just having these weird thoughts there, like, you know, and they were just violent and just terrible. And I'm not normally like that. And it's just, he's just tripping out, like, you know, like something's just telling her like demonic things or something. I'm going, alrighty then. Well, I'm glad we left there. I also told her that if we ever stay in a hotel after that has a room 1408, we have to stay in that room. We're always staying on the 13th floor. He was not amused. We, in fact, did not stay at any hotels after that. Just motels. I was just leaving that same hotel. It was funny because it was like in downtown. And we left her car there. And her uncle was going to drive us around. So he goes and he drives right past the hotel. He's like, right that. And it's like a one-way street, but it's like a 4-lane one-way street. Because welcome to San Francisco. And he realizes that like about 100 yards down that he has passed us. Dude puts it in reverse and he just goes 100 yards reversed right against traffic. I'm like, what? He did not get in an accident. People actually moved around him. It was only in San Francisco, man. San Francisco. What a place. But, you know, I definitely have had some chuckles there, even if it's just a terrible place. I need plants. I could continue with the giant tomatoes. Oh, the tomatoes. The glow-in-the-dark tomatoes. Rubber lock's not on. Tomato. I don't know if I like the giant tomatoes, but they're gonna stay for now. Just for something that looks different. Maybe we'll have like a an arch. Grab one of the arches from over here because I'm too lazy to figure out where the arch was, so I'll just grab this arch. Yeah, good old San Francisco. It's most of the time nothing happened in San Francisco. I'm just gonna say it, like, you know, for all I talk it up, like there was always something that happened, but it was never anything usually that bad. Just sometimes. You're just like, all right then. Forgot we're in San Francisco. Could be worse. She could be in Oakland. God. One of my friends, she was she had the misfortune of going to Oakland, and she's like, yeah, I never went back after this, but you know, I got lost. I ended up in Oakland, which that's be lost in my book. And she's like, so I stopped at a gas station in the middle of town, well, the middle of the city, I guess, and to you know, stop for directions. And the guy just looked at me and said, get in your car, drive back towards the freeway, and do not stop at any lights. Because if you do, you aren't going to make it out of Oakland. I was like, that's what he told you? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, I mean, it was nighttime. But I mean, apparently they're known for jacking people's cars, or like, you know, attacking you anytime you stop at red lights. And this was like a while ago. The crime has gotten way worse. So I was just like, damn, I don't go to... You have to be afraid to stop at a red light. There's just... something went wrong, you know? Really went wrong. Got one of the smaller ones here. All your life decisions that led to you being there were bad ones. You should regret them and not make them again. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna hang lights off of these, which is why I have them up here. But I need a sizer here, something to make sure I've got the right size. Where are you at? Where's my ghost girl at? Over here. There you are. It's important that she fit through things, as she represents my regular-sized person. She's floating in the air, so that means that she's effectively as tall as a normal guy. That's probably fine. You probably have to duck a little bit on these. Not like this other one here. This is not terrible. Take a quick bio break real fast and grab myself a random alcohol instead. You know, would be like my point. I will do what that homeless guy did not do. I will actually ask for a beer. Well, actually, it's a pale ale, but they had the most unfortunate label on them though, because the label is actually green, and I have a green screen, so you know, I'm just saying. But actually, it almost looks almost kind of cooler. Heck, the way it looks on the stream. Yeah, because it's got like, you know, a background. Nice. The most interactive bottle ever. Here, I'm not even drunk yet, and it's already more exciting. That's when you know that you... I'm like pre-drunk. I haven't drank anything yet, but somehow I'm already like, you know, fascinated by things that are stupid. Yeah. What this does is it has +1 to your, you know, graphic design skill, but like -5 to your coding skill. The number of really stupid coding things where it's like I couldn't get it to work at all because I was, you know, intoxicated. The next day I walked, it's like, this was so easy. Click, click, done. It's like struggled with that for like half an hour. Off hacking weed. Apparently it's like The Witcher 2, where, you know, it slowly causes toxicity as well. Actually, that is technically true. It's alcohol. It does cause toxicity. That or I'm just allergic to game dev. It's possible. All this time I thought I was, you know, good to go, but I'm just allergic to game dev. Sad truth. I had a good run, boys, but... I guess technically I didn't make a bunch of money, so I didn't really have a good run, but that's okay. As long as you have fun messing with it, that's all that matters. Where do you hide those? Under props. Oh, they had it under foliage. Can have tiny trees. Ooh, tiny tree. Mmm. So funny, I have like one guy in my Discord who only watch if I actually stream on YouTube as well, so I actually just stream on YouTube for that one guy. I don't think anyone ever actually clicks on it on YouTube. Go to Twitch and people will randomly watch your stream at YouTube. Eh. That's because you gotta make these really cool thumbnails and stuff, and then it's hard. Go to watch that. I'd rather just, you know, instead of spending an hour making the perfect thumbnail, I usually prefer to just work on making the game. That's the main point of streaming, is that what happened is if I'm not streaming and working on the game, I'm very likely to get distracted. You know, because I could go, oh, okay, well, there's this really cool YouTube video. I'm gonna watch that YouTube video. I'm gonna like doom scroll X for a while or something like that, or like, oh look, I haven't watched this show yet. Is that new Tomb Raider show? Okay, I guess I'll watch that. It's very good. Yeah. YouTube's just not set up for streaming very well, I think. What it came down to. Like, I mean, well, first things first, unless you're incredibly popular, you'll never ever make money off it. But I'm not really planning on making money off streaming anyway. I mean, I'm not gonna, if someone waved a check in front of me, I'm not gonna go, your money is too good for me, I am too pure of heart. No. Clearly I'm not. All it would do is let me buy more cool game assets, and there's no world where I don't want more cool game assets, so yeah. But, you already have to have a pretty good algorithm going on. Like, you have to already be high up in the algorithm, or it's just hard to get. For a while, they were actually pushing people to watch you on there. Like, you know, they would try to send people like to various people. So in the very beginning, I got like a handful. I don't really stream consistently. I just kind of stream whenever I want to work on stuff, and I was already working on it. So the goal was to be a game dev. Well, it's not was. The goal is to be a game dev. I don't like how all these mushrooms are here. It's just a bit much. Is it a bit much? Okay, I think these tomatoes are only cool if there's the occasional tomato. Because it's very weird. But yeah, I don't know. Like I never really found a lot of people watching on. To be fair, at the time I did start as an RPG Maker dev, so not like anybody wants to watch RPG Maker in general. To my credit, most people didn't realize it was RPG Maker because I was doing all this coding to make it a much more powerful engine than it should have been. Because for a while I just had this bizarre need to code things. I've since broken that habit. For a second there, I thought this was the most giant plant ever. You know, it was just right by the camera because it caught in the ceiling. I was like, what the? Plant is amazing. Where are you, weed lady? I found the plant for you. It's just instantly. I guess I can have multiple plants here. Yeah, it's I don't know, which is so much better because you can just click the button. Like you just click go live. And you're just good. You don't got to do anything. You don't got to sit there and come up with all these special words and things like that, or the right thumbnail, or God knows what else. You just get to stream. This one glows. Do they all glow? Oh, they all glow. I like glowing. No, just some of them glow. These are just too much fun. Ah. What I might be doing is making emissive plants for this to act as the lights, maybe. That'd be kind of cool. Like instead of having these kinds of lights, well, I'll have some of these, but instead of having a lot of those kinds of lights, instead of having the actual plants that light up, I don't get out much, so, you know, this is cool to me. You can make anything emissive if you want it to be, but I actually prefer they make it emissive for me. I don't have to be that guy. Yeah, I've definitely found that, as I was saying, streaming game dev really does force me to work on things. Like, you know, in one night I'll make this huge room, but if I'm not streaming this, even if no one's watching, will take much longer. Alright, well, thanks for dropping by, Turning God. Hopefully you enjoy your videotapes. I haven't heard anyone say videotape in a long time. Oh. But everything was on the internet now. Okay. Have fun with them. We'll likely be here at around the same time throughout the week. I really should come up with a schedule. I can just kind of always be floating about. It's usually around this time anyway. Or a couple hours earlier, probably. I take one of these and put it on here. It's not perfect. I don't have a better light made yet, and until I have a better light made, it'll have to be the light that gets it done. I could just make it smaller, it would fit better. You know what I could do? It is steampunk, so I do feel like I should have some pipes. I could actually have pipes that go over these instead. Or even as well. Actually, not looking that bad though. Guess I'll light the bridges up like this. If I just shrink their size a little bit, they'll both look much better. This is a slightly bigger thing, but I feel like it's 6 or something like that, and it'd fit pretty well, even though this particular one is smaller. Have like a follower goal or something on there. I remember, was it Twitch or YouTube that says that they don't like it if you have something for the other stream on there? And since I'm streaming to both at the same time, they get upset at you. Otherwise, I'd probably just have a follower goal. Help me get to 50. I can educate people in the ways of making shinies in Unreal Engine? Yes, it's kind of where it is. I like these. Oh, bright and colorful. I do need to create these as a light. Do I have that already? I'm gonna just code that as a thing. I haven't looked at my light stuff in a bit. Protector lights. Second. I think I had to make a change to these that worked with emissiveness, but since these other things are already emissive, light parent. That's what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, I was gonna have an evil version of the lights too. Well, this guy could just set with a static mesh here. Set attenuation, set intensity, point light. I think I changed that. Let me double check here. I found out that Lumen doesn't like point lights. Or just regular lights. It likes emissives. If I just drag a light onto the scene, it's totally unhappy with me. I just drag a point light out here. It hates these. Like the most classic example of this, like let's make it nice and big here so you can see it here. Oh, that doesn't help. What am I doing? Attenuation radius like that will make it big, and then you just do a bunch of these here. And it's blah blah blah. The performance thing? No. Optimization view modes, light complexity. And you'll see that it hates me because you can see where those point lights are, where, you know, the shader complexity is incredibly high, extremely bad. But then you see all these emissive plants here, and they're all the way back in the blue. So it absolutely hates all these lights because they have little point lights on them. Lumen only likes emissive stuff, so if I delete one of these lights here, see how much it goes down? I mean, like, it's crazy the difference. Hey, you just do these stupid point lights and suddenly it doesn't matter anymore. It's like, okay, she has her own light on her, but, and like, it might not seem like a lot, this thing here, but what it really does is it'll drop your game by like 15 to 20 frames. So normally it'd be really easy. It's like, oh, I just have this thing that's a light. It's just an asset, like some sort of mesh with a point light on it. Good enough. That's how I originally did it. Like, why is my game getting like 15 to 20 FPS? That's why. But the next version of Unreal Engine, that like 5.5 that's in preview right now, has this mega lights, which talks about letting me have as many lights as I want. Work? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I haven't tested it out. Probably fun. Saying. I'm gonna copy a different light. I have them somewhere. There's a better light that I often use. Not that room. These lights. Table lamp. Well, I have to see if it's in the material. Okay, I don't want to do that. I was thinking about all the things I have to do to make that work. For later. I remember how emissive stuff works. It's a big pain because then you have to change parameters in the material if they don't already have it. Add them in yourself, which means you got to edit the materials. And nah, man, nah. For now, we're using these because I guess I have lampposts that are made already. These lampposts? Maybe. I wish these were like tiki torches. That'd be so great. Like little tiki torches. I like those better, I think. Well, why? Is that like the little arches? That's true. Definitely don't dislike the arches. Yes. Working theory is that the guy who owns this place built it all for his dead ghost daughter who haunts it at night. So it's largely designed for her, but you know, it makes some money during the day too. So I could have that here and just have one of these on top, which I also don't hate. It does kind of give the I'm gonna hit my head on this type of feel. It's not good, but as a tall guy, I can tell you, whenever I see any kind of low-hanging light, what I'm thinking. I'm 6 feet tall, so. Also, the train's going by. I don't know if you guys can hear the train or not. Can? Alright. And if you can't, it's really loud and obnoxious. You're lucky. Almost want to have additional ways to go. Never did solve the mystery of what this mysterious thing that I'm colliding with is. I'll figure it out eventually. You know, I could almost have a thing where, you know, have that character who's stuck in the bottle, like her ship's in the bottle, and you can like maybe get the ability to levitate her bottle over somewhere and break it so you can get her out of there. Maybe I'll just have you throw things at it. I don't know. Something. I was gonna say, because I could have you drag it to some really high point and then throw it. But that takes additional explanation, and is that really better than just letting you shoot the crap out of it until it breaks? I mean, maybe it is? I don't know. Definitely one of those things where I'd have to test it, but I don't even have the model for that character yet, because I have to make all the models too, and you know, that's on the back burner, because she isn't even going to be in the demo, so well, I don't think she's going to be. She might be, I guess. It's possible. This is starting to get to be complicated enough that I'm starting to like the area, so maybe it does make it to the demo. Like, I don't hate it. I need to restructure where everywhere you're supposed to go. I don't know how I feel about that. I already have a story idea set up and everything, so it's kind of weird to redo it. I almost want a second planter that's smaller. Right here. Good old pale ale. After enough bottles of that, who knows what I'm gonna end up building. I want to work on this factory area, but I need the assets to go on sale. Not gonna. I don't have anything to make it yet. Not all the areas are going to be green like this. A lot of the areas are much more normal. Well, okay, the pipe maze is not normal. And more with other toys and things to play around on, or sometimes just completely very normal rooms. Like, I'm gonna have a food fight in here against this guy. But like his little cup moves and everything like that. I have to make some animation so he grabs it though. Big problem is if you look at his hands, he is gonna have a hard time grabbing the cup. No, the little like ladle thing. Yeah, like it's not gonna be. I might just have to make the ladle like, you know, possessed or something and shoot at things. We'll see. Gonna be its own fun room. I was originally gonna have the final fight for the first floor in this area where you let out all the evil toys that are essentially the bosses. I'm gonna buy the boss off the market. I have Oliver here. Oliver is evil. They're all evil. I'm gonna have a lot of I'm gonna make reference to various cursed dolls throughout the world. I even have my Annabelle reference. I mean, her name's Bugaboo, but it's literally... Oh, this needs to be pulled farther forward. I made the box larger. The, if you're familiar with the legend of Annabelle, in the Warren Museum, she's in a case with a cross on it. And the actual warning on it is warning positively do not open. She's a Raggedy Ann doll. She's not, she doesn't look intentionally evil. I haven't even put the real model in. This is actually just a picture of the real model that's just turning the right way to look at you. I have the model, I just haven't put. It's not always as easy as you think because they're from Daz and they're not designed for Unreal Engine, so you have to do extra work. And like here, I'm gonna need to replace these stairs with these better stairs. The better stairs are good because they don't stick up and, you know, take out your ankles. Whatever these are supposed to. Like, I see. This looks like it would hurt. Or she'd probably just kick it. Just gonna make a fake step here. I just do this. This is at the ground floor, right? Alright, let's get rid of this one and add this to the other side. I was originally going to program a couple things tonight that I was meaning to do, and then it did not happen. No. Not at all. I'm just like, ooh, shinies, and start playing with those instead. It makes more sense if their stairs are like this. That's a lot better. You're more kicking it and hating your life. I almost want stuff that's floating in the water to jump around on. I might do that later. I have the stuff for it. I just have to do a bunch of weird things, and there's like a asset pack that Epic gave me ages ago. And it has it all set up so I can just do it. However, I never remember how they have it set up, and I always have to watch their tutorial every time. It's just how it is. I have this thing about not watching the tutorials on stream. It's one of those things. Partially because it's really boring. Myself included. I want to put these here. These are emissive? What? Actually, later on, when you get double jump, I'm going to include some things you can jump around on to get to a new location. And the new location is going to be, I'm going to go ahead and say one of these windows. And I'll let you escape out of that window. Did I grab double jump yet? Are you at double jump? I left it around here somewhere. There we are. I could technically just remake it. It's just literally dictated based on the name, and I just changed the image. The image doesn't even matter. It's just the name of the card. It's one variable. But I prefer to just have the one. Alright, so let's make this a double jump affair. Let me see how close I can get to these, if I can even reach them with double jump. If she could grab hold of it, she'd be able to. I don't have any way to grab hold, so. That was a fail. Not running all the way around. No thanks. Do this slightly different then. I think it's going to need to be slightly started like. I'll probably have some sort of thing sitting up here too. But she can jump on the rail. There's no easy way to test it other than just trying to jump it yourself. I have it on. I'm doing it on the keyboard and the mouse though. Oh, I have to get this to enable double jump. I don't think she can make that. Oh, she can. Wow. Oh, she can easily make that, but she can't make it in one jump. That's what matters. Yeah, there's no sanity up there, that's fine. Put that thingy over here so I can test it without it dying over and over. I'm sure I'm not certain on this light mechanic sometimes. It's fun in combat, but kind of. Put one of these over here. There's no arch over here. Maybe where there's no arch, you put one of these. I definitely don't need the one right here. Kind of the wrong color though. I'll do those instead. I hate it. I'm also gonna have to load these up with plants too. Actually, no, I don't want a black. Because you can still see the city through them, and that's kind of fun. I mean, because it's going to be played at night, so you'll be able to see that these won't let you out. Yeah, the plan's going to be a bunch of these things here to get over to stuff. Maybe I'll make a slightly harder jump there. I don't know if she can make this or not. We'll find out. I'm going to make this slightly closer, and then I'm going to probably put one in between. But you have to be able to get back, too. I mean, you can make that distance there, so this seems really too close. Yeah. I think I can get away with this. We'll find out. Possible I can. Here. Start up here. Which drinks because it makes the platforming easier. And no one tell you different. It also makes the coding easier. Oh. Yeah. It would probably help if I enabled double jump in it. Same. Oh, if I solve the mystery of whether or not you can do it with one jump. Oop. We already solved that, but whatever, I'll take what I can get. More trouble to enable it on her than it is to just put the card here and grab it. It's not that big of a deal, but it's way easier to just drop a card anyway. Easily make this. Oh yeah, double jump just gives you all the distance. No problem. I was worried she couldn't come close. Once you have double jump, you're able to come back here and then go out here and then do that. I haven't added anything out here for her to jump on. And then from there, I'll probably let you go to one of the other windows, maybe one of the other rooms. Yeah, maybe I'll have some hidden thing up here or something. I can get behind it. I don't hate it though. I kind of want to have something else in there that's a little different. Come on. I didn't copy it extra times, did I? I did. Was that reflag? What do I want here that she can jump on? Maybe like a table. And a chair or something. I'll only grab this a table and chair. Did I not make good chairs? No. Do I want a lamp? Here, I'll grab the lamp. Oh, please. And just here, you know, let's game it out. Just be like, hold, please. And you just goes blank, and then, like, 4 hours later, suddenly everything is, you know, this ridiculous thing. Maybe that's how I should do like game dev videos on how, like, you know, what I've done, like the devlogs. Oh, please, and they just bring it back, and it's just this. It went from nothing to this. Just cut the whole stream out. I can see it. I don't hate it. I'm gonna move the table farther forward like this. First of all, I'm gonna move the table up. Turn the lamp on. I always program them so I can turn them on and off as I can. They're so big though. I almost think the lamp should be small. Like that seems more like the real size the lamp should be. Nope, nope. Oh, you. Ah, man. Ah. So the parents can watch their children, you know, probably kill themselves on all this incredibly safe stuff. This is not a safe place. It's terrible. I can't imagine letting any children play. Don't get me wrong, as a kid, I would have jumped for joy to play in this area. That's true. I don't know if I would let my own kid play in that area. I don't have a kid, but if I did have. It would be a dangerous place. Yes. I guess I can move this far. Train going by. Yep. There's actually been a few trains. I don't think there was that many usually, but there's been a lot of trains tonight. Been a few hours. I've actually heard like 3 or 4 of them. Usually it's only a couple a night. Oh shit. I'm gonna put double jump over here. I need to see if double jump gets there. I'm not sure I'm handing out double jump yet, but I'm kind of just building the areas, you know, to seem like they'd be pretty cool looking, you know, so that people could explore maybe like that. And they're built for people, not for the dolls. The design philosophy is that, you know, the stuff made for humans happens to create unintentional platforming for the dolls. So I've just been designing a lot more for that. And that's way cleaner than trying to jump on this tiny little rail. I mean, you can jump on the tiny rail. I'm not saying you can't. Definitely seems a lot cleaner than the other. Okay, you lose sanity around there. I think you get it back by this window, right? I think you can. Yeah. There's a safe zone here. I really do need to pump up the effects for this so that it looks way more... Here, there's a light change for when you're being cursed and not. Windows do not fit very well. It's an old place, you know? Listen, the windows, they're fine. It's just free air conditioning. That's what they're doing. They're letting in free air conditioning. Maybe they got off-centered a bit. And now this room's looking pretty cool. And I want to have more 2-story rooms because they just look neat. And there's just so many levels of places to go play on that it's just more fun. No? Oh. My first thought when going here was that like some sort of crazy ritual was about to go on from the mushroom people. Like if you just put some sort of like, you know, weird skull or something here like that, or animal skull, it just literally looks like there's some sort of gate to like, you know, the abyss or something going on here. Actually, it's maybe not the abyss. Maybe more like the fairies or something like that. Just some sort of fairy realm. You just put a portal right here and it's good to go. I can see it. I can see it. Yeah, I mean, this room will have, like, you know, these areas down here to play in. The pool area, which will have an on top of the pool when you're fighting on a ship, and under the water as an option for later. And then the secret area here, and maybe some pipes. I'm not sure if I'm going to run pipes or not. I don't hate running pipes. Let's get some pipes and find out if it's... I'll just grab some pipes that are already out. I'm lazy. There's a straight pipe right here. Perfect. They're on splines, so you can bend them all over the place. Unbending them is an incredible pain. I don't recommend that. That's not that bad, I guess, but it's kind of annoying. And I could go grab it from the the content drawer and pull it out and find it. I don't. That's like extra effort. I'd rather just grab one that's already out there and play around with it. Okay, so where are the pipes coming from? Figure out where I'm gonna put pipes here. I almost want the ceiling to be different, but in order for the ceiling to be different, I have to make it where the ceiling isn't a whole floor for the level. I could do. Big thing there. I don't know about that. I don't be worried about that. So I usually like the pipes to come from additional rooms, potentially to act as a pathway for later. It goes somewhere. So how much do I want to run this here? Am I going to run it underneath here? Maybe. I'm pretty certain I want the pipes to go into this type of area somewhere. I kind of want them to... I don't want them to pull water, because if they're pulling water, then it has to be a loop somewhere, or it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, they would have to be pipes pulling the water out and sending them additional places. And I don't know if I want to do that. If only because this isn't by the wall. So we have to pull a pipe across here, up, and then into this like that. That doesn't make sense. And I realize it would be darkly funny if, you know, they have all this, you know, factory stuff making things over here, and the water they use to cool the machines goes right back into the pool that the kids are supposed to play in. I mean, it was the 1920s, 1930s type of era, so, you know, listen, they didn't always have the safest stuff. That's more like the Nuka-Cola factory at that point. It's just, I don't know if you guys have ever played Fallout 4 and gone to the Nuka-Cola factory and read what's on their computers. Their experiments with like toxic waste in their drinks and everything because it made it glow in the dark. And it's just all the experiments the Nuka-Cola company did it was hilarious. It was just darkly funny. I mean, it's Fallout. Fallout's already darkly funny in the first place. Kind of the point. I guess there could be a pipe coming out of this pool. Am I doing that? Well, let's see if I put a pipe coming out of this pool. Where the pool is like located right around this area, I believe. Right? So I could put a pipe through here. And I could have that pipe go to a different area entirely and just lead through here, but then if I did that, it hits these plants. It's kind of weird. It could be by the wall. Problem with having any kind of thing like this is Poppet can run on top of it. So if it's too low, she can use it to bypass whole sections she shouldn't be able to. Get to things get over to these windows she shouldn't be able to reach or something, and then escape to a whole nother area. I don't want that. They need to be higher up. There could be a duct system up here. Just say I put one here. It's really low in this room though. Because here's the problem. She could probably jump on this and then jump down to this. If there's any kind of hole in the wall, then that lets her get there when she shouldn't. Unless I want to put a secret that is gettable early on. Let's say I do. Sure. So where would I like this to go then otherwise? I guess I want it to go to this section over here, to this room, probably. Do I? Where do I want it to come from above? And let you sneak in. I know. If she doesn't have double jump, she can't actually get high enough in the pipes. Like, it has to be a pretty gentle incline, or she can't really jump up there. A straight jump up, she can't really do. But it's not really trap. I was considering using it as a way to get back into the room. It's like a secret to get back. But if I did that, I'd want to have some sort of hidden area here. It's possible there could be a secret up here. Here's the problem with that. If I have a secret here, she can already practically get there with this mushroom. Right? I mean, she could easily get to any like thing over the side there, especially if she had double jump. But see, that's how easy it'd be to get to this area. It'd be anything. Joke. Let's just start building pipes. When in doubt, just start making things. If you don't like it, you don't have to delete them. Who really cares? Oh. 1 second. I'm a real jerk when it comes to pipes. I must say it. I really like the pipes that you'll be running through them, and then there'll be an area you have to jump over because the pipe will drop you into nothing if like you fall into the pool or something. I'm definitely like that guy. Like having a pipe thing here that has like 2 directions to go. I don't know why I'm trying to make it a 90 degree. It's not a 90 degree. Clearly not. So this way, if you happen to go through here early and you don't have the Emperor, you just die by falling through there. Any creative death traps that aren't death traps to normal people, like, you know, it's not like I can have the, you know, the darkness just waiting for you to fall into, because it's supposed to be like, you know, a thing that normal people use. But sack dolls don't really like water very much. There's that. That's true. Sack dolls are... I should just have a pipe. I can... A lot of the content browser, I suppose we just do that. One of the things I discovered when making a lot of these things was that everyone and their grandmother for these steampunk things has pipes in them, but none of them are hollow. I had to make my own hollow pipes because they didn't have it. They just like, I guess they didn't account for someone playing as a tiny doll running through these, which is fair. I'm not faulting them for failing to, you know, account for my incredibly narrow use case, but would have been nice if they did. Thankfully, you just make it in UE itself, so. Oh. This isn't a spline pipe at all. This is just a straight pipe. Fine. I made a bunch of little pipes here. What I didn't make was a simple right angle, which is weird. I don't know why I didn't do that. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that right now. I don't really want to. One of the things is that this is a steampunk world, I never have to explain why there's random pipes anywhere. Ever. Just like random gears or clocks or anything of the sort like that. Bizarre lights, it's all fine. Because it's steampunk, so you can get away with that. Yep. Just easily explained away about that's just obviously the technology of the day. Don't worry about it. Fine. Oh, you're like, this makes no sense. None, not does. This is a terrible plan. Maybe the worst plan. That's not true. Any game dev stream I do, there's always a worst plan that I've made that tops the last worst plan. It's actually kind of hard to position this like that. Something like this. Just trying to avoid the hole there. To be 100% fair, the holes don't matter that much. Because it'll be dark, so you won't see them anyway. This doesn't even lead anywhere yet either. I'll figure out where that's going to go in a bit too. More alcohol will help me figure out where the pipe should go. I don't know, 4 or 5 deep, pretty soon the pipes will pretty much be speaking to me. Like, this is what you must do. If you build it, they will come. Like Field of Dreams with pipes, game dev, and alcohol. To be fair, Field of Dreams probably involved a lot of alcohol, you know. Close enough. This is kind of like it. We'll just assume these are responsible for heating the place, and that's why there's random openings. It's just blowing hot air throughout the place. I definitely envision it as like a steampunk version of San Francisco. And like the same type of, you know, like it was like in the 20s and 30s type of thing. Which means it'd be cold. And miserable. Perfect. Obviously, for the ghost girl who pretty much inhabits this place at night, she does not care one thing. In the day, might matter. I like to split it off. I'll put a 4-way here. I'll give you ample opportunity to jump out if you want. Alright. My game dev philosophy is if you can find a way to get somewhere, go ahead. Got this. Nuts. I'll probably run one through the wall and maybe one into here too. Do I want a hidden thing in here? Maybe. I'm just gonna keep grabbing the straight pipe. I guess I could browse to it. Like a pipe spline. I have all these splines. Including the wood fence spline. Wait a minute. Actually, the road spline's the best one. Doesn't look nice though. Whenever I want something to look a little weird and creepy, I end up using this thing instead. There was a spline that can be bent however you need it to. I'm not going to use it in this room now. I'd like to successfully delete this spline. Is that okay? Sometimes UE just gets a little weird. I'll question it. It's a lot easier if you try to go with right angles in this. It really is. Otherwise, you got to try to... It's fine when you're like bending things or rotating things. When you have to try to move it in a position, you have to move it at angles to get to where you want to go, and it's kind of annoying. Lines are great. I guess I could just run one straight through on this one. Run it to that. Am I running anything outside? So here comes the argument here. What do we do? It's possible I could have pipes that are available up higher, like that you can jump into and then run down. I didn't really build the game very well for that. I have walls that are messed up, need to be repaired. I actually had all this on the second floor, which is wider. It's the widest floor, and ended up moving it to the 5th floor. So I'm planning on having like 2 floors up here, 5 floors there, a basement floor, and maybe a secret sub-basement. So I don't know about the sub-basement. Maybe. Or when you get the actual best ending. I might actually have a tunnel that goes to a different area entirely, just so I could use some sort of cool, you know, cave system or something. It just goes like under the city somewhere. That'd be pretty. That I could live with. Let's do this, and then put this here. And sometimes I just have no idea what my actual goal is here. But part of the feeling I want to give people is just a sense of wonder as they wander around, you know? Like, I love to wander around. I'm making the assumption that other people like to wander around and just explore things. To be fair, it's Metroidvania, so, you know, if you don't like exploring, I'm pretty certain Metroidvania is like the wrong genre for you. It's just the actual worst genre, because it's basically a platformer where you collect new stuff that opens up other areas you can get to that often involves more backtracking to explore new areas. That's all it is. With, you know, lots of combat. It's also why I'm kind of going for more of an open type of thing like that where humans can be at. It's just easier to fight on. Because I mean, this is enough battle area for Poppet and some dolls. Right. And enough area that you can be chased by the Ghost Girl. Which is exciting. I don't know what I'm going to put under the water yet. To think about that one. Definitely something. Okay, you know. Oh, they're locked. Wait a second. Just supposed to shrink the actual depth here. In the right direction. X. So it also means the water is not wide enough anymore. Good enough. A little taller. I'm probably going to replace it anyway, so... Oh. Alright. Still... I'm gonna grab this real fast. Adjacent surfaces. Actually, what I need to do before I do that was number of sides, right? Because I want it to be, you know, cylinder. Subtractive, please. Time to drill a hole through the wall. Ah. Call this the pipe hole gear work, so I know what you're aiming for. Don't merge it with the walls later. I will actually convert it into a static mesh later. I have it exactly where I want it to be. Ah. almost cool to have water going in and running through the water. But it's too high for that, so. And then I don't want them going into this area quite yet. 100% no. I have a special kind of plug. It is just the wrong color. Every way, shape, and form. Pretty much hate it. Gonna fix that very quickly. Plug is huge. I don't recall it being this big. I made it this big. I regret all of my life decisions that led to it. I just shrink it. It's not like a big deal. It's not ruining the world. I mean, it's ruining the world. Plan. I'm definitely going to rotate it on its sides. Like a weird. That's not what I want. I made all these random things and I haven't actually used them. Like I just made these mechanics. I'm like, well, I'll just put them in at some point, but let's make the mechanic now. The Moon Tarot removes illusions, and the main illusions you'll see, one of the illusions you'll see is just Moon Tarot card. Not really there. Well, they sort of aren't there. They act as an easy gateway when you find the Moon Tarot. Okay, I'm gonna turn it so they can see that it's the Moon Tarot. I have no idea where all these are gonna get handed out. 100%. It's just me building it and then deciding this would be cool here. Then I'm gonna hand out the tarots in kind of that order. I know the first 5, well, the first 4. This one's probably gonna be the strength tarot, so I can have double jump. Running dry. How will I have something like, aimed of, power without it? Imagine having designs. Had one, given one. I'm just going to make certain that those even still work. I've made so many changes since I did this. I had originally the entire place was like a warehouse in the middle of nowhere, and it was spread out along the ground. It's a very different thing. Oh. We'll get to that later anyway. Moon Tarot not work? Okay. It's a bet. Have an effect for it. I wonder why the effect doesn't really show up anymore. Hmm, fair enough. That blocks that area, so I don't have to worry about building an area until I get the assets for it, and I, whenever that Black Friday sale happens. It'd be glorious. That might be how I have to get into that area. The easy way to get into areas will be that I had to simply give you a key later, and you can unlock the doors, but I think the first time you get into areas, you won't be able to easily get back because you won't actually have a key to get back. You have to get stuck there for a while and figure it out. Not exactly centered, is it? Oh well. Not going to ruin the world. We're not working on that right now. So to get to there in the first place, I'm not going to hand the key out for there. Actually, there's not even a... There's not currently a way over here. I haven't even included a door. Usually I include a door to these places. Like, I might put one down here. A stairwell, right? What I called it? It is. I have this too. Approximately where do I want this? Want it like centered there? Do I want it more in this area? I guess it makes the most sense to have it over here, right? Probably. It's just checking for if she has this particular string inside of a map variable. And if she does, it opens the door. Or she get it by getting a key item, but that's all the key. Poppet's like half the coding in the game. It's crazy how much coding is just in that one blueprint. That's how it works. The player characters have to basically be everything. This is also the gear works. I'm probably going to name it something different. I just don't know what yet. But it's going to occupy all of this space. That's quite a bit of space. This is just the central stairwell. I know these stairs take a long distance to be able to go up and down in order to actually not be ridiculous. I mean, if I establish these stairs can be this size, these probably don't need to be this size. But these are the main stairs, and these are little side rooms. Put these in the right room. Game dev? Nah. Interior decorator? Yeah. Just do click there, so now I can select it, and then move this up a little bit. So, ground. Could have an additional patio over here. I don't hate it. I also gotta put lights under here, so I'll probably have some sort of lights hanging off this something. Kind of weird that this is like low like this. Almost seems like the water should be lower. It might end up lower at some point. I don't know. I am gonna want to have a combat on top of it, so. Oh, this platform's a moving platform now. I'm gonna go ahead and move it because it's possessed. I could hit Control Z, but the alcohol made me decide to do the other way instead. That's true. Just not really. This is now getting moved over to here. I wish there was a shortcut for paste here. If you just paste it, it will actually just put it right back where you cut it from. So it's really not that exciting. You really don't want it. I have made that mistake many times. I have gripped the wrong direction on it. Trying to be every direction, or instead of just moving along one plane. Sure. Just want to go in this direction. Probably should rotate it. Yes. Grab the white ball. Who would like it if you grab the white ball? It's actually on top of each other, you can see it. Little glitchy thing there. I could have just done, in hindsight, I'll rotate it first. Nobody wants to play a guessing game. This wall like too high? Maybe. Yeah, you can see them glitching in each other there. It's not next to the wall, it's just the whole floor. See now? Oh, we're adjusting the blue. Let's... What about now? No. That's better. Yeah, like when you're dragging it, it will drag a certain amount. You can't do less than that, so you have to fine tune it with the numbers. how big do I want this to be? Be pretty big. Can have like a fight over here. Or treasure boxes, or just something to break. That's only. I'm gonna put lots of little things you can break everywhere too, so you're not gonna be bored. I pretty much decided that my design philosophy was more towards exploration and combat than it was to platform. You can really go either way with the Metroidvania. But I find platformers are a dime a dozen. And part of the other problem I found is that it was really hard to make it realistic for why you would have a lot of the platformer mechanics, like bizarre rotating platforms and things. Like, I do have things that are possessed, but not in every room. But just trying to explain how that would even work just made very little sense. I'm like, I don't know how much the platforming will be because you manipulated like file cabinets or something to open the drawers and jump upon them. Bouncing onto tables and chairs and things, because that's just things that would have been there anyway. Sir, I don't like it. Lock this planner thing here. I can't have it go all the way against it. I was like, well, why don't I just get rid of this planner thing? But then I realized I have windows here, and that would look really bizarre. Like, what if they open the window and everything just drains out? How do I explain that? Dry. Yeah, more the fridge. Disaster can be averted anytime I want to walk over to the fridge. Which I'll probably do in a bit. I'll probably do like maybe go an hour and a half or so. I don't know. As long as I'm having fun, I just can't keep going. I do have a real job though, so at some point, usually once the sun starts coming, I'm like going, dying from the sunlight, and I'm forced to retreat to the safety of the back rooms. The house, not the actual other one. This is a prodigious mushroom. I like it because it's, you know, exciting. I could just call this game the back rooms and like just I wouldn't even need to explain why. I can just pick a level of the back rooms. Like, this is the back rooms level, like, you know, 322. The toy factory, and they'll be like, pretty soon there'll be like theory videos all over the internet about it. How low do I want this to? This is easily a platform. Be careful about it. I want to move it over here, but there's no actual thing there. I need to make it so that that's a thing. Guess I shouldn't have been lazy and done the planners. I should have just done the things. Whatever. I can still make this actually better as it is. What if I did this at the corners of the bed? As an explanation for why they're like that. Of course, if that's the case, I don't need to tell. reason for this light was it provides you a safety net here so you don't. I guess technically you have one here. Also, I thought that was like the right one already, but I have to go through and make some changes. Sadly, because these things are solid and they go all the way around the building, I have to actually make a fake wall to have leaves. The way to do it. Such sadness. I'll get around to it at some point, probably. Or maybe I'll just leave it as it is to show that's the outside of the building. Give you some perspective on where you are. Huh. Hard to say. I both like and dislike the idea of having that be all foresty. Yeah. Okay, so got this. I guess I want more plants in here just to make it so it's all cool, and not all of them need to glow, because if they all glow then it'll browse back to these. A fine collection of assets. I could drag them on the screen, but I'm just grabbing random ones out there and dragging them over here, so for some reason someone really wants to see them over there, I can definitely make that a thing. That's in life. God, look at it. It's huge. It's beautiful. By beautiful, I mean, I need to program it to be, for the light to do something if I'm going to have it that big. Maybe a 3. Can't have the trees nearby there because the leaves will stick through the wall. Hey, no one want that. A bit of a pattern going on with these. I hate it. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this yet. I probably want to put some sort of weird something, but not plants. Seems almost like a statue type of scenario, or just something that's different. But not so big that Poppet can't run around. Of course, she's gonna have a kind of a hard time getting through this area, I imagine. This just has such a pleasant color to it when it's dark. It just does. It's like it. Oh, she just walk around there. Never mind. I always forget how tiny Poppet really. I can actually hide something over here properly. I fall off like an idiot. Really enough, one of my favorite things, and this was an accidental thing because someone's just like, they wanted to I saw a pre-made game thing where they had the character just kind of standing there just in an idle pose in the middle of the status menu, and I was like, that's cool. How am I gonna do that? And then I found that I could freeze it, right, and I take a picture. Now it takes a photograph of her wherever she's doing. And it's its own form of fun, I guess. I'm actually probably going to put the location name right below here. You know where you're at. Maybe I'll have a way to save them if you have some funny ones. I'm a simple soul. I literally sat there, I think, for like half an hour taking pictures in front of the boss and anyone else I could. Because yeah, okay, that just has a nice, pleasant look to it. I'm not gonna lie right there. Like, the lights reflecting off that water is awesome. Like, gosh, when I was up in Tualatin, Oregon, they had part of their downtown. Yes, it was part of their downtown. It seemed like it was. Had this giant circular pool, and it was huge, but it wasn't really deep. But I mean, it was probably, I'm gonna go ahead and say 3 or 4 football field. It's huge, and all the buildings were set around it. It was like elliptical, basically. And at night, because there was a card shop there, and I would play Magic there really late, so I get to see it. They would just have all the lights reflecting off the water, and it looked awesome. It's just a beautiful scene. Wasted on a Magic player. It was probably there until 2 a.m. going, I think we're on the last round. Okay. Went sat there and talked to the shop owner until I think 7 in the morning. Girlfriend at the time was just like, didn't think you were even coming home. What? I was so worried. I just got talking to the shop owner and he was so interested. I stayed there till like 7 in the morning. Or actually, I stayed until 6 in the morning. It took like an hour to get home. It was in the Portland metro area, and I lived up in like Beaverton. I don't know if anyone knows the metro area there for that, but Tualatin is like a couple cities away, past Tigard. I don't live in that area anymore. I live down in California. Yeah, it was cool. I like the place. It's nice. I like 2-story Magic shop. A lot of fun. I guess I want more tables over here. I mean, I just assume that's what people would do in this area, just kind of sit and, you know, do things, right? Let's assume their kids were sitting there playing in the water or something. I don't know if I like the face at something. I don't know if I like these lamps on there, though. This might call for candles. Admittedly, candles by a pool is almost... Have I selected something weird? Okay. I guess I had something selected that I shouldn't. I don't know what it was, and it's because I often hold control to select a bunch of things. Because it just adds to those stuff, and you can also use it to remove stuff. You can also do shift to do it, but shift doesn't remove anything. But what happens is I'll have something else accidentally selected and not remember that I have it selected. And then later on, I end up with weird things that aren't even there anymore. Like that bizarre wall that's still sitting over here that I can't bypass. It's through this area right here. It's going to be a real pain to find because there's no easy way to find something like that. Since there's no actual thing there that I know of. So something is there. It might be causing an error, if anything, because I know there's a couple errors I need to resolve when I try to package. Not that I plan on packaging. I think it's probably better if I just line it up along there. I think instead of having this, I might actually just like having those better. They're the closest thing I have to like a tiki torch. I don't have a tiki torch. Could I come up with something that looks like a tiki torch? Yes. But it's steampunk, which means there's electricity. I don't want this one here. Now part of the question is what's going on down here, because you know this is all this bright and wonderful, you know, thing here, and this pretty much looks like someone's going to step out of the darkness and shank you. It's like, well, I led a good life. Ooh, bit. Right about here, you know, the ring girl or something like that just steps out of nowhere and just consumes your soul, whatever she does, or Freddy Krueger is just waiting and this is a nightmare hall, you know, whatever. Take your pick. It looks terrifying. Almost to the point where I question if I should take this entire wall and move it. No, I don't want to do that. Because if I do that, then what happens is then this is no longer, you know, over anything. This is now over like a, like it's not nice looking. Terrible. All right, well, let's install some lights here. We'll refer to this as the dungeon until, you know, proven otherwise. Because that's kind of what it feels like over here. This is leading down a dark path. Oh, that's right. I have things there. Actually, I'm almost certainly going to make this lead somewhere. This window. I don't see any reason not to. I don't know where, though. One of the problems I have is that I haven't really planned out the third floor very well because I haven't actually fully planned out the fourth floor, let alone the third floor. So I'm like, some point, though. But for now, we're lighting it up. Light this puppy up. I don't know, I'm putting lights on. Probably actually have something else. I'm obviously going to hide a secret back here because I'm a terrible person who has to do. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. What if the window I let you open is... that's going to be awkward. Let me check this. This might just be super awkward because it might open up, but then you might get stuck. I might want to block this. I didn't think about this setup here because... Huh. Oh, I know. That's because originally the kill plane is, sticks out that area. I'd like to see the kill plane. See, that was the problem. The kill plane actually sticks out to there, so you just die. Because the water itself is not a kill plane. I could actually recode it to be a kill plane. I don't know why I don't. I could technically do that. Wouldn't be the worst decision. You've secretly fallen into the pool of milk. Congratulations. I could definitely envision a world where you're literally just, you know, in the pool of milk and you're fighting on top of giant Cheerios against each other. Or Captain Crunch thingies or something like that. I didn't mind copyright infringement. You could literally just fight Captain Crunch. He's just on a little boat and you're just throwing cereal at him. But some of us would like our game to be actually, you know, not taken down from Steam. I'm just saying. No. I get the sneaking suspicion that Steam is going to be like, Really? Really? Just gonna go ahead and take your $100 and just ban that right now. As exciting as it is to pay them $100 to have my game stricken from there. Nah. I'm paying them $100 to list my game. Kind of hoping for a little more than that. Part of me wants to expand the pool out around this area. Not have the plant crap here. Oh yeah, I was supposed to test this. A fundamental flaw in my plan. Once again, Poppet is so tiny, she can also get caught in a lot of areas too. Yeah, she would have to have like double jump to get out. I mean, she could actually just use this to get out. That's not a big deal, because she has the magician really early on. So the odds you get here without the magicians. So as long as I put something out here for her to get onto, it shouldn't be too bad. She really can just run on basically anything. Kind of a big problem. It's hard to keep her from, you know, sneaking around everywhere. Granted, a sanity, but that's fine. I'll have to make note of this. I don't know if this is a problem or not. It'll directly involve whether or not I give out double jump before this room. If I give out double jump, it's not a problem. She can just jump out. If I don't, I'm going to need to block it or leave the windows open so she can get out that. I like these windows. I need to be careful which windows I have open. Why are all these windows off kilter? I think they're all off a bit. Interesting. Never. Am I gonna let her go out these windows? This room is actually involved in the demo, so I have to be actually plan for this room. I don't want her to go out most windows. Only specific ones. Just letting you kind of wander around a bit, but I want it to be harder to reach windows. Maybe I'll lock all these ones. One's already locked. You'd probably be able to reach these later. All these are way off. Huh. Got that draft wandering in there here. I'm gonna go get myself some more alcohol real fast. Be right back. Realized that I had a fan in the window just blowing cold air, and it's in the low 60s out there, and I'm just wearing shorts and a t-shirt going, yeah, this is great. And I'm sitting there going, oh, cool now. It's 46 a.m. here. Maybe time to, I don't know. What's the wind? On the downside, I don't get to hear any more trains. I don't really think that's the downside. I don't know, I kind of like trains, so. I even have a train for this too. I'm gonna have toy trains so you can ride around on them. That is not this section. This section has a little bit too much water for that. Though it would be kind of cool to have a train running around on it. Like, how cool would it be if there was just a train going around this? I'm not going to take all this stuff out because I like the glowing flowers and everything like that, so that's not happening, but it would be pretty cool. I have one set up, yeah. I have this little train thing. And this model is so complicated. Oh my gosh. I can select all the descendants of this thing here. And there's like 31 pieces to this train. I don't need 31 pieces to my train. It's like, what? Got little axles and things like that too. It's like, this is clearly for someone who does model trains. I do not do model. Here I am sitting building this, thing in this game. So I guess technically in a way I do models. It's just digital model. That reminds me, YouTube literally sent me a video of some guy who makes giant mazes for marbles. It was interesting. I don't think I'd want to watch another one again, but every once in a while YouTube is just like, this is a thing that exists in the world, and I'm like, I guess it does exist in the world. There's a whole group of YouTube thingies where they literally just do people's yards. They just clean up their yards for them. And these people get millions of views too. It's not like they're nobody. It just boggles my mind. There really is an audience for just about everything out there. Maybe for someone it's like cathartic or something. I have no idea, but I'm just like, oh. Maybe pipe should be in here instead. I was just running with these because they seem like they might be pretty cool. Yeah, I just had no idea. I was just like, this is a thing that exists. One day YouTube linked me gold panning. I'm like, I already knew gold panning was a thing. I didn't realize that there were so many people who literally just traveled around and panned everywhere. I mean, that's cool. I mean, the real thing I noticed is those people are filthy rich because they have so many different pieces of land that they're just, well, this week we decided to go up to the mountains and do this piece of land here. I haven't been back here since blah, blah, blah. Back when I bought it. And you're like, huh. That's cool. Those are for those people who do this thing called going outside. As a game dev, I can pretty much assure you that I've never actually seen the outside world. In fact, in order to avoid it, I literally just have goblin tunnels that I just wander through. Yeah. Build to work, build to the grocery store. Out to the mailbox, I guess. That's it. No sun. Sun bad. I thought I wasn't hitting the ceiling. Oh, I was just in the floor. Maybe the most bizarre pool ever. I have like plants and things. That's why I've left these vine things from above. It does. No reason not to. I just decided this would probably have a better look to it than it somehow floating over nothing. I don't know what's supposed to be supporting this particular floor otherwise, but this is just a floor over literal nothing, so There's no interior walls or anything. It seems kind of like it would just collapse, especially with all that on top. It would collapse. So we need to add some supports in so it doesn't look like a structural nightmare. And it's still gonna be a structural nightmare. At least it'll be mildly believable. It'll be like Netflix level of believable. The Netflix adaptation of believable. There you go. Like, clearly you can tell that they didn't have their best making it when they built the building, but they had heart, I guess. And they had no idea, they didn't get the memo at all, so they had no clue what they were actually building. I just can't have that brick supporting a board supporting the brick. It just bugs me. Probably end up changing that up to be a different thing there because this wall's just too big. That's true. Or more likely, I'll just do this. Make it down. Perfect. I feel as though I need more pipes. I also don't know if I like this having as quite as many as that. I think I want to space more than that. Maybe I just cut this one out and move this one over a little bit. Migrate this one over a bit so it's just a little more spaced. And near the end I'll have one. It now matches. I don't need them out here, obviously. So I might put some underneath this. Kind of has some support. Huge, no thank you. Oh, paste here. Why can't you have a shortcut? Admittedly, if the worst thing in my life is that paste here doesn't have a shortcut, life's going good. Saying. Saying indeed. I'm not streaming using my phone, so we'll see how long it lasts. I have it plugged in. Oh. For 4 hours and 36 minutes. We'll see how long it lasts. I don't know, man. Maybe it'll just keep lasting. I mean, it's plugged in. I could plug it in directly into the outlet, which might be faster. Better power. 1 second. Like it might be getting a little lower on power. Yeah. Power. Computer, you know, USB 3 port does not provide the level of power that one of the little fast charger does. We'll see. If it runs out of power, then I'll just keep going without a cam. Wait. Where'd it go? Alright, well, I'm putting one back. Stole my arch. Great arch caper has happened. Actually wasn't pushed very far forward. Technically, it should probably be about to there. Wasn't a very good location in general. I get the feeling that the glowing flowers should be down here. I could hang some lights. There are many lights that would even fit. I can do small ones of these lights. Try it out. Yeah, like, this is clearly not the best location for anything. Maybe I can put them on these. By the time you reach this point, it's going to be, you're going to have access to some stuff there, because you're going to have to go out into the darkness quite a bit. Early on, I'm going to be much more generous about where the lights are. Later on, I am not going to be very generous. And the final areas are going to be very, very poorly lit at best. Actually, that's kind of cool with them down here. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Not sure if well, actually I like it. Pretty much a surefire win when you put lights on the water. Just, it never looks bad. Nobody ever looks at a bunch of reflections in the water and goes, ew, it looks terrible. Why would you do that? No one does that. Literally nobody. Maybe the Emperor will be one of the ones I give out earlier. I don't know. I wasn't originally going to give it out very early. But I can send you through this room and then not give you the Emperor. Like, what if the character in the bottle is actually like her ship has been sunk in the bottle? You have to break her out of that in order to even trigger the fight. Something like that. Maybe she's just floating around. You have to rescue other ones that are already trapped in bottles. Maybe that's better. Like she just dominates the pool. The little pirate ship. I have a pirate ship thingy that's just like that railroad thing, where that little train thing, where it's every little piece of the ship, and it's like a few hundred pieces to make a ship or something. It's stupid. It's so many pieces. It's just like, can I just have a boat? Like, a pirate ship doesn't need all. I don't need individual pieces, and I don't need to customize it that much. This isn't like Sea of Thieves or anything. It would be pretty funny if it was like a mini Sea of Thieves, but it's one pool. Okay, like there is an overkill. That isn't too bad. I want some along the back. Or I can just put flowers along some glowy. And the random tomato. People will contemplate the meaning of the tomatoes. Here. Why is it a thing? Questions. It could just be floating in the water. Random tomato. No rhyme or reason, just tomato. Anyway, I already have them all up. Collection of. But there's no need to do that on the screen. I'm just going to drag from it. So. Big one. Point A would be slightly smaller. Yeah, very. That one over here. 5. Cool. And rotated a bit for reasons. I'm making these ones all much bigger. I have mini mushrooms. Mini shrooms. Those ones are tall. Never mind, it's just way up in there. Where did it go? I was just pushing it to the ground. It has chosen to just go to the abyss. Nah, I'm going to the abyss now. Like, but, it's like, nope. This now, you later. Guess I can put some ones that aren't actually glowing as well. They have to be pretty big or no one can even see them. That's a little better. And we'll put a couple lights on there since these lights actually affect gameplay. I'll probably space them out. There. That's a little better. The phone hasn't died. That's a good sign. I don't think it has. Ah. That's not a bad scene. I'll probably put more interesting stuff back there. I really do need to rework these so they're the real ones there and not just the placeholders. I'm okay with this one here because I kind of want to have the lights on top of it, but I don't know. I could make this look way nicer. overall, of course, I gotta be careful on these because you could easily fall through. Then just something over here. She can make the jump from this to that, right? Not back, but I also need to set this so it doesn't block the cam. Oh, so it actually blocks the cam. That'll be something to tweak later. I haven't designed any enemies for here. I think I've designed like 4 different enemies and a bomb. Actually, no, I have a half bomb. It's almost there. Well, I mean, almost there is a strong way of putting it. It's got a start. I would never fight in here anymore. This is terrible. It's actually surprisingly very difficult to make a enemy reliably jump in places without putting in a huge amount of things to make certain the enemy can do that. It's a lot of work. I have this, the beginnings of a boss. Patrick's farther along than her. She'll be able to sit here. I didn't give her a nav mesh. Gotta give him a nav mesh. Most enemies I have are like voodoo dolls at this point, so. Yeah. What am I doing? Just make my life easier. Why am I dragging it? Perfect. Like Patrick's pretty far along. He needs a lot of work though to, like, he's not aggressive enough. And balancing is going to be a challenge because I'm not 100% certain what you have when you fight. No additional weapons to the fighter though. Summons the little voodoo dolls. Launches things at you. Oh yeah, the ghost girl that I haven't bothered to do anything with yet. I like how her head creepily points towards you no matter which way you're going. He's eventually going to be like, you know, almost jump scare type of character, but I can never fight a boss in an area like this because the boss could fall through this into the water. Yeah, like being able to fight like that's going to be a lot of fun, I think. That's what I'm thinking. Probably not going to have her in here. Possible. I'm not sure where I'm going to fight. It's like this room does not seem like a good boss room. Boss rooms need to be flat and pretty simple. Just like, you know, have a lot of look to them, but not a lot of stuff in the way. So. I don't know what I'm going to fight her. I haven't have this character wander around and start, well, there's a whole bunch of animations I want to get for her. That, for all the weird creepy ghost type of things, like the ring stuff and things like that, you know. So she can kind of wander around and just appear out of nowhere and just be creepy. Like, how great would it be if, you know, you're just wandering this room and then you just kind of look up and, like, over in this corner, she's just watching you from this corner, just up in this thing, just sitting there, like, held up against the wall. Almost like Spider-Man, like, just looking at you. Eyes just following you the whole time. Doesn't do anything, just watches you. We'll have to see. I do have some creepy things planned. I just saw the animations today, so I've been planning around. What's the order going to be in there? Like, do I think they're going to need a save box here? The question. Because there's two different things that need to space out throughout the game: save boxes and the paintings. Because one of the mechanics in the game is that you can use the paintings to go to a painting world that lets you connect to other places, and you can also rescue NPCs and throw them into the paintings to take them to the painting world, thus opening stuff up. So I could put a painting, but I don't think there'd be a painting in this room. Neither of these rooms seem like good painting rooms because there's no regular wall. So a painting looks, unless the painting was on a wall like that. Hall of Records has a painting, as evidenced by this room needs serious work. I like the chapel, and I don't like the dining room yet. It needs a lot of work. I guess it just comes down to the order, because right now I don't even know if you need it actually in there, because the waiting room here has a box. I don't think this box needs to be here. You can pump this box over in this room. But where is it hiding? These represent save points and full heals, so I like to put them out of the way, though. You gotta go find them. Not too far out of the way that they're obnoxious. Far enough out of the way that you gotta maybe go a little distance. Maybe here is an okay location. I had a plan that, you know, along the way you collect collectibles and they would fill up the box. And the boxes are just, all of them have the same stuff in it. So if you find all the cool stuff, it just, you can, you know, pimp out your box. Which sounds terrible when I say it like that. Yeah, it might just be unlockables. I'm not sure if I'm going to let you pick them up, move them around the box, and have it save where they're at. Maybe I will. I mean, it is a thing that can be done. That's like a... I'll do it later if it's an option. If I need... Otherwise, like, it's low priority. Maybe some kind of statues. I was gonna make my own statues, various like religions in the world or something. I haven't done that yet. So yeah. Yeah. Or that dark humor. You're at this pool, and then like the pool has like a weird death statue by it. You're like, could I be swimming in this pool? Huh. 0 out of 10 would not swim in pool. But a cherub. Cherub is tiny. That is not a statue that you want to blow up very large. It looks very low detail. I was kind of hoping to have... I don't even know, like, I want something on here. Like, this seems like a display shelf. Oh, that box might be hiding it in a different location. I think it's going to be over here. Oh, was there a player start that I forgot to grab? I'll grab players. This just tells it which one of the starts to find. Also gonna drag one of these over here. There has to be a start to match or it's not. You'll end up just in the middle of nowhere falling to your death. Oh good, it's facing forward. How convenient. Or anyone who showed up early in this stream and saw what this place looked like to start with. What a change. This statue. Just sitting there, it's like, hey, what's up? This actually fits more of a jungle thing than this. This just looks like someone's garden. Browse the asset. What do we got in here? What are treasures? You could have fire in these things. I don't know if I want open flame though. The candles are one thing, but everything else seems a bit not the best. I could definitely see this being a thing. Yeah, a very jungle theme. I don't have very good enemies for this type of thing though. That's known. I haven't made any breakables that'll fit this theme either. I know I need to make them now. The other question is there going to be any additional areas like this? Is it just going to be these two rooms? This is a very big room. Make no mistake about it. A lot can happen in this. But is there a third room? Because having, you know, theme and then running with it gives people some time to play around, but I kind of like having a lot of rooms be more unique, so. I'll have to think about it. Originally I was going to have each room be very unique in what it is, but having stuff themed also along that isn't the worst choice. Like having a few rooms that are themed, just like I want to have like an almost factory type of area. And then the bottom here I want to be more of a basically like a toy store type of thing. Everything's displayed. Which reminds me. I had a checkerboard somewhere. Yeah, this thing, I believe the chess is just a board. Yeah, it's just board. One of the things I wanted on the bottom, like the main floor, was to have a giant chessboard, basically, or a tile like this, and have a bunch of like animated chess pieces fighting over it because they worship it as like the great board. They all want to take it over. So it only makes sense that I do that. Might even leave it going out this area because I don't even hate how it looks. Weird tile thing going on. Might make it a little pushed against it. Yeah. I just need this once, right? A 10-10's fine. For some reason it likes to subtract, you know, tiny fraction from it, even though I make it as, you know, that over and over. So this needs to be slightly shrunk. Because it does, in fact, go into the or below it. I don't care if it goes into this floor. I mean, I guess I could make it a little better. That's good enough. I'm not too worried. So, I guess I don't technically need this anymore because I have that. I mean, I know it acts as a thing you can do something with, but I can also, because I have this arch here, it now connects the rope so it doesn't look. I can still wander around and do things there. Do I want anything on the walls over here? This seems like a time for embellishment, if anything else. No real space for trees. This one I got away with the tree things because it was this big, huge area, but little space for trees. There are these weird staffs, though. I left one there because I just remember. I wrote it. Is there a point to these staff? Do I even think they look that good? What if I toss one in here? Does it liven the place up? Not of that size, of course. Huh. It'd almost be better if it was like acting as an almost archway type of setup, but I already have arches, so. Things I can do to continue embellishing. At a regular pace, never regular pace. Just do this, right? And if I do that, that one on, it's like this. Definitely do not hate. If you can just do a 5 on that. That's kind of exciting by comparison. It's just continue running with this theme. There's nowhere really to put one on this side here because it's the wall, so it looks weird. I guess technically there should be one on the other side of this too, because it's just kind of a theme we have going here, right? Probably should have done all the internet connected first. I did not do that. That's right. Like an extra step up. So I can't really change these because the dwarf everywhere is that. This also makes it look like they just wallpapered the walls as opposed to everything being some weird jungle. I'm definitely going with more of a jungle theme in general or something. Maybe a bizarre mushroom forest. I don't know. Take your pick, you know, it could be a lot of things. I want to hang things. I didn't realize I'd need so many exterior things. Because almost every room is more steampunky and or Victorian, but this is not. We got cathedral things. There's the dreamscape stuff, but a lot of that's going to be... If the rocks are terrible looking. I'm not going to be doing bushes because they don't really match. I'm deleting a lot of the crap because the props are too low poly. Like a lot of what I have is how best to put it, very stylized. It's not, I wouldn't call it low poly necessarily. Some of the stuff's somewhat high poly and I try to make it look poly. All these leaf look like, you know, I'm not going to put it on the ground. You're just a one, like they're so big. Kind of hang things to kind of give some. They're just a regular plant. My kingdom for vines, apparently. Fire isn't getting. This far plane. Oh, is our circle thing. Huh. Oh, it's just to simulate fake trees in the distance. Not really gonna help here. Just gonna say it. It's a little crappy. Furniture, blah blah blah. Far plane, blah blah blah. Second. Should be some. I can just cheat my way to it. Let's just do this. That gives me all these. And I don't know if they're going to be useful, but they're a lot of the same. They're from the same materials as the other ones here, so I might use some of them just to make it interesting. I could have been using these as supports instead of these, but I didn't. That's my explanation. I guess I could actually hold lamps on them instead of having them stuck to the wood. Not looking for that. That even look. Oh, like the pineapple gate or something like that. You ever see that, like, in person was that like a really big, like cylindrical head, right? And just this tiny little tuft of hair on top. That's kind of what this has an eyeball though. If I like that or I don't think so. This doesn't quite work. It just seems really like It just looks off. I could do. Curious if this will look okay or not. If I just expand this super large amounts at a distance, like some sort of a gate, right? So instead of having that, I just have a big, huge gate. Thus making this seem like the main gate. I just ditched this little crappy gate. That better. Huh. Like 50-50 on. I don't hate it. Don't know if I like it. Huh. Guess I don't hate it. Up there, things like that. I kind of want to hang something from the ceiling. What am I caught on here? Is that really like too much for you to step on? I don't like it when your character gets caught and just isn't able to just walk on there that should be able to walkable. You should be able to walk that. It's bizarre. Which shouldn't be any problem. Obviously, can't just step up that, but it looks like she should be able to walk it. She should be able. Okay, what's this? You can still get caught on it. Maybe he does a lot of weird things sometimes. This is one of those moments where you're just like, okay, I cannot walk forward. But take a step back and then run forward, she's fine. Huh. Anyway, I'll think about that, but what I haven't done is this bottom area. We're gonna get the whole temple feel here. A hidden temple. Yeah, I can't see what I'm doing. I'm not gonna lie, this girl's afterlife of living in this bizarre place is starting to look better and better. Like, I could definitely see worse things than having to live in this place with this bizarre stuff to play with. I'd play with it. No shame. I think anyone watching this stream should pretty much, I figured out that I played with Legos as a kid. Unreal Engine. Really cool if you played with Legos as a kid. Got it. This is what everyone should know. Basically the ultimate set of Legos. I made this. I'm gonna do with this yet. Probably just gonna involve things to beat up and stuff. We get to this area. We have a giant here. Sometimes you just make bigger and bigger things. Make it not as thick. I really had a lot of steampunk stuff set up. I did not plan for this, but I mean, to be fair, a lot of the you have kind of like the Age of Explorers type of thing, like the whole Jules Verne type of thing, or Journey to the Center, the Journey to the Center type of stuff, you know, like, or you know, exploring the Amazon, or you know, the whole British imperialism thing. So if you're doing like Victorian stuff, then having stuff like this actually fits in an unintended way. And think about it. Like, oh yeah, I guess technically this would be like temples. Also, I mean, I did just watch the new Tomb Raider again. It was okay, I guess. I was drinking at the time, so, you know, it got +2 to its score for me being intoxicated. You know, a lot of shows are way better when you're intoxicated, but... Was it as good as the remake games? Hell no. Hell no. I had a lot of fun with those. I don't have this here because it blocks the window in a weird way. The windows aren't movable because I turned it to a static mesh ages ago. This is not a good way to do. I could do this and just have a tunnel feel to it. Definitely gives it a very different feel with those. Changing the architecture made a huge difference. I don't really have a point to this. So I gotta admit, if I wasn't already planning on having a boss up here in the water, this could line up pretty well to a boss fight. You come in here and then suddenly there's the area locks itself off and the boss is here. I have a mini boss here. This door almost seems like it should have something above it too, just so I can have the boards to the side of it, make it look fitting with everything. Kind of boring by comparison to everything else, right? I don't want to put it over here because it just seems weird to have it way over there when the stairs up are over here. And the exit to the stairs over here. And the other door to the next place over here. I can't imagine why you'd have the door over here. I did architecture in high school. Just saying, drafting and all that. A lot of nerdy hobbies, and that hasn't really changed because here I'm playing with Unreal Engine all night while streaming on Twitch. So clearly, I have a lot of nerdy hobbies. I have no shame for these hobbies. These hobbies understand. I kind of like framing the doors with those, even though I don't specifically plan on having any platforms with it. That doesn't mean I can't have a platform above there just because. half the point is that stuff is built so that it's for humans, and the Poppet can just incidentally use it as platforms. Just took over the screen. It's like, ha ha ha. Works better. I mean, a lot of these things are like the same. I guess there's other wood modules. I could have been using these wood modules all along, and these are actually technically better than these. In that they wouldn't have had this problem. I'm curious now. I'll make a quick change here. What if I did this? It would kind of fix part of the problem. Then it wouldn't have the sideboards, though, would it? That better? It might have been better in the long run if I'd done that, but now it's a little late, right? Like, now it just looks weird. In the future, I'll have to remember that. Okay. Undo replace actor, please. Bring this one off. This. Like some sort of chandelier. Well. Alright, kids, this looks safe. Just imagine you have this hanging from the ceiling, it just falls and just impales some poor kid. It's the least safe toy, toy factory ever. Have all this stuff for, you know, fitting for this type of thing. And I mean, you know, I'm not saying I don't want it here. Just saying that is like the least safe looking thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, from this angle, it's almost like a torture device. I'm just... How does it work? Well, maybe you just, you know, impale them in various directions because you think it's funny then. Different shapes. Like I said, I was a Lego kid, so, you know, different shapes. We better have, like, fire or something. I could also make them swing. I'm gonna put them here in case I want them for later. I don't know if I like them. I think it's in the way of the pipes, though. It is nice to have something hanging from the ceiling, though. I think that's part of my problem here. I don't have a lot hanging from the ceiling. And I don't want something that's like a more chandelier-like thing because it looks weird. I kind of want to keep with this little theme thing going on here. I'll put another one over here. I really don't have a good plan for this area. Yeah, well, that's not a good plan for the area either. It was way smaller. Maybe if they're just smaller, it would make more sense. Still a death trap, but less death trappy. That's right, I've made up a new word, death trappy. Acting like you're a death trap. Which, to be fair, is like half the cats I know. They just act like they're a death trap waiting for you to sit there and the laying on the ground with like the claws ready for you to touch the center. at their stomach and they're like a bear trap. I need torches to replace the ones around here. Like, I'm okay with the ones up here. I mean, to be fair, it is steampunk, not that. Of course, this is like not a steampunky room, but whatever. I wonder if there's some sort of assets on the Epic Market, actually, that they give me for free on the Epic Marketplace that would get the job done for this type of look. Like 3:50 a.m. What is causing this problem here? It's just like not far enough down. Best. Is that the issue? Okay. Probably end up streaming tomorrow night, just working on more where this is going anyway. I usually stream about the same time. I think tomorrow I'm going to work on actually making enemies fight as opposed to another level, another area. I don't know. Last night I just had the was last night? It might have been during the day where I just had this idea. It was like, this is what I want to do with these rooms. I mean, this is like the preliminary version of the rooms too, because I might change some things for purposes of just doing it for purposes of gameplay later. Like, that could easily happen if I decide I like something better. Glitchy thing here. Apparently I just had these rammed together in a few places. I was doing enemy spawners tomorrow. That's true. I need to do that. I can do that tonight, actually. I don't know. I've kind of learned that if I'm in the mood to do one thing, I shouldn't do the other. Because if I swap up what I'm doing, I'll often, you know, kind of have like designer brain, and then it's like, oh look, coder brain, and they don't like each other. These two things do not coincide very well. I've discovered. I'll probably make this like more of my regular streaming time type of thing, just for anyone who's bored around this time. Usually, well, the time I've been streaming, I say that I don't think I'll be starting like right now. That'd be ridiculous. 7 a.m. for me right now. Probably around like 10 Pacific. Probably about one. So that's usually what happens. I get off work around 7. I don't even get home until like 7:30. Dicking around for longer than I should, and then it's like, I should stream. Slowly grind out them followers. Just don't have a good idea what to do with this section. Keep thinking about it. It's like, what am I gonna do with it? It's like, it's the hallway problem. I have this problem a lot. Like, hallways are just not very interesting. Without, like, they're architecturally boring. And I don't want to fill them full of clutter to make them like a platforming segment, because if I do that, then how would a person use them? And they're not very interesting. I tested this, it's come out very well. So what I need is something to do in a hallway. I don't want to turn this into a... But what I could do is turn like right under here, like straight down into a room, blocking that off. If I do that though, I need to block the pool off here too. And that negates the reason for this back area here. Because I have to extend the pool, which doesn't seem very good. Oof. I swear every window is just slightly off. Must have moved the whole level at some point, or the whole floor. I don't hate the idea of creating a room back here. Both of these could easily be rooms. Well, the way these are shaped, I really want the greenhouse rooms to be 2 stories tall. Because if they aren't 2 stories tall, they look really like this wouldn't be very interesting story. To be real. So what I could do is have one additional room. This one here. Do I want another room for this? I grab all this and then drag it over, and then I have this big huge area for that. Great things still too. I almost don't like this central staircase. Well, it's just hypothetical, because, you know, there's one thing I've discovered, it's sitting there like constantly thinking about it usually leads to me not doing anything, whereas if I just start building something, inspiration often strikes. You know? One of those things, like I just end up inspired. As long as it doesn't stick on this side. Oh, no. Connected this there. I have to remember to get to hold control if you're going to select multiple brushes. So let's say we drag this over to here. Definitely feeling the intoxication of drinking all that alcohol really fast. I didn't bother to eat dinner or anything like that because I was like, I'm just gonna stream for a couple hours, and then I streamed for like. So let's say I instead take this over here. I'm gonna unite these together because it's really hard to select a negative brush if it's not inside of a wall. It's really hard to see. Let's say I move this over. This becomes the room. Which actually does not have a bad look. When we get to here, I might just block that back area there. So what I'm thinking is dry. I don't think I'm gonna have a third one. I'm probably gonna have 0 additional alcohol after that. Only 4 or 5 a.m. I have to be to work at 2 p.m. tomorrow, so as long as I make note of that, I can pretty much just do whatever I want to do. Just saying. Oh. I don't want that through there, but I could put the room all the way up here, right? Maybe just expand this wall out. And then have a wall at the end here and put the door right here into the next area instead of having it there. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. What I do hate is this. That whole, just high enough to trip over. Imagine if someone built your place like that, they're just like, oh, I just built your wall, so it's just like, 2 inches high, so you instantly kick it with your toe over and over and over. Welcome. I think that qualifies as just wanting to watch the world burn. Designing places like that, I was like, oh, yep. Tough world, but someone's got to be the guy to watch it burn. Doesn't have to be perfect as long as it's stuck inside this wall. I don't really. Also, this doesn't have to literally be right at the edge there. It can also be a little farther in. Why does this wall seem so thin? Like the thinnest wall. Huh. You seem like a really thin wall. How that happened? I don't like it. Huh. Bad wall. Know what you did. I'm gonna put this one right at the bottom here. Right in the middle of the bridge. Perfect. Exactly where it should go. Must choose which side of this bridge you walk upon. One side there be death. The other there be cookies. Choose wisely. Walk the middle, you get death cookies. Okay. What I've just designed here is the obvious secret passage in every game where the wall looks completely different. Unintentional. Still. Obvious secret passage has struck again. Free materials. Well, nobody likes the world rock grid. Man. Ooh. Okay, well now here is the other argument. Which way does it open? Have to put the microphone. I blame the alcohol. Here, water to help you back. Mistakes were made. Maybe we don't use those big ones here. I still kind of like them, so I probably do want to keep them. If that's the case, how would we make them look good? First off, let's fix this one. All right. I wish these ones actually just did it from one side instead of from both sides. It'd be so much easier to get a perfect center on things, you know? Otherwise, it's very hard. Difficult to tell exactly how much I can do, but if I just keep nudging it, it should be fun. Actually, just about perfect. See it. Like the almost maze-like quality the building now kind of has. Guess I'm just using regular stairs to come down to it like this. I don't have a name for this room. I think by the very nature of this, it's going to need to be sideways. Also, this needs to be beneath the door, not right at ankle level. People like to attack people's ankles, right? I did used to like fighting games a lot, so I'm no stranger to attacking ankles. Those ankles had it coming. Now there's so many ways to go downstairs, I actually don't know if I need this staircase. But I guess it's kind of useful to get up to certain areas too, so... guess if I need any inspiration for how to build levels, I'll just hum the Castlevania theme until I get there, right? It would probably work. I do love me some Symphony of the Night. That's true. Various ones just like it. Came about later. I have this plan. I'm just gonna make a giant block. Copy it and then make one that's like half the size. Now ghetto stairs exist. Perfect. Out of 10, love my ghetto stairs. Game dev neck, apparently. We've been sitting here for game deving for like 7 hours. Oh. This is how I go upstairs. The Poppet way of going upstairs. Clearly, there's no problem going up and down these. Nothing else, you just do the Poppet stair trick. I don't hate it. I think the third room's a better idea. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this room yet. Since the boss is a very water-centric boss, I don't see a reason to do that. I could put water in here too. A lot more water there is. I mean, it does give a use for the Emperor. I could have an aquarium, I guess. That'd be cool to have an aquarium. Like, what if it was just, stand by this. Feel over there while I'm thinking this over. Have to do that? Not doing it. They do. You could have walls of fish tanks. The problem with that is what gameplay does that even add, right? Like, let's say you put a bunch of fish tanks along each of these walls. Oh. Are you gonna jump in? I mean, I guess, but I kind of already have a pool, so isn't that kind of like the same thing? Hoses. Yeah, I don't know. I love that game animation sample. Now she's just literally, you know, you install that and you suddenly have all the movement things. So she just, you know, does the IK stuff, all the weird jumping around and crazy. Thanks, Epic. I guess I'm going to want the door to the other section over here, at the very least. Probably. Oh. That's the 4:24 a.m. kicking in. I'll probably end up giving like another 25 minutes, and I'll probably end up passing out. Knowing me. Once the yawns start kicking in, it's not long for the waking world. Yeah. Problem with game dev is it's too much fun. So I'll sit there all night, but then I also, work 8 hours. So, you work 8 hours, you come home and it's like, I want a game dev. Game dev like 8 hours. Hey, wait a minute. Doesn't leave 8 hours to, sleep, eat, shower, and all that stuff. I mean, it leaves exactly 8 hours. On the ground. This goes into this room here. I have no idea what I'm going to name this room yet. Should probably put them all in a certain room. This way I have just some way to find them later. Before I put too many things there, just create a category for it. Let's call it Greenhouse 2 until I have a better option here. When you have like 1,192 actors, it really does help to organize. I made that mistake when building the city, and there's still things that are just don't talk about those. Don't have a good plan for this room yet. I already have a boss room. Maybe like a little secret side room or something. I need some inspiration. That's what I need. I highly doubt the Victorian house stuff is inspiring, but maybe decorative elements or things. Let's see. This is just all interior stuff, though. I plan on using for quite a bit of stuff, but one of the problems is I don't have a lot of toys that match this. But I think that there's one of the Edith Finch things, right? Oh. Are we Edith Finching? I mean, that's not the same though as the whole want to say we're going for more of a South American type of, you know, explorer feel as opposed to, you know, this being more like an Arab type of look, or Middle Eastern. Not necessarily Arab from the Middle East, but I swear one of them had something good for the Edith Finch ones. Definitely not this one. The problem with the Edith Finch stuff is a lot of it is like looks like it's 50s, 60s type of stuff, maybe 70s. I'm looking at like 20s, 30s. My time period. This is no way. Whenever you need inspiration, run through all the free props they gave you. The corals might be interesting for the pool. That's an idea. I have an underwater world though. No, I do. Wait a minute. What was it called? What was it called? Actually, it's environments probably. I might hope for the pool. Gosh, from the same people who made the Magic Forest. They give out a lot of free assets, by the way. I did get a handful of them off Humble Bundle. Pretending otherwise would just be a lie. Underwater world. I have 2 underwater worlds. It even comes with, you know, ghetto-looking fish. I mean, this does look cheap in plastic. I mean, I can get behind that being cheap in plastic. This is the sidearm one, sure. Sometimes you just need, you know, new toys to play with. What about this one? As entertaining as it is to have a great white in there, I don't like Poppet's chances versus a great white shark. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. She's probably going to lose. That's a little too oceany and a little less aquarium. Oh yeah. I think a couple months back or something like that, Epic gave this away. This is stolen stuff. But the best part is a bunch of it's stolen from Epic's own packs, which means Epic approved something using their own sets. I just thought it was funny. I just reminded him as I was scrolling by that. I was like, oh yeah. Should be installed by now. I got a good chuckle out of that. I mean, I was sad I couldn't use it, but to be fair, the stuff was kind of ugly anyway, so it's not like I was, you know, really that sad. Maybe a little sad, but not that sad. Come back to this. A fish. A little fish. What's that wimpy thing? Yeah, blueprints for their fish. I ain't programming no fish right. I just don't have animation for it, to be honest. The shell. This. Does it open? Like, why does it have a blueprint? It has a pearl in it. Okay. Oh. Let's just cheat. I don't know if I'll have Poppet be able to swim. That I don't know about. Maybe. Because there's water here, that's why I can't click anything. I'm trying to figure it out for a while. I'm just like click, 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 click. Nope. Click, click, click. Nope, nope. This would have been so cool if they programmed it to be openable. But it looks like they didn't. Because they suck. What's the point of putting the pearl inside it if you didn't make it openable? No. I'm too lazy to scroll, so expose on spawn is awesome. Is open defaults to false for now, that's fine. Sure, is open. Oh. Oh, oh. Ah, 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 ah. Man. Waka waka waka. Waka. I don't know why they didn't do that. That just seems so weird to me. Like, if you're gonna put a pearl inside it, why in the world aren't you gonna make it just open? Hey, does that? Hey, Anar, how's it going? When's the game released? I'm still working on, like, alpha. I'm aiming for some time in 2025 at this point. I'm still designing most of the room there. I've got a lot of the fifth floor designed. I have a portion of the fourth floor designed and very little of the third floor, which is like I have just this little portion down here designed to the third floor, technically. I don't know. It's gonna be a while. I still gotta design combat and everything too. I mean, I have combat to a point. I have like 4 enemies and 1.5 bosses. So we're getting there. It'd get released faster, but I also have a full-time job, so you know. It turns out only so much time in the day. But I mean, if people have any ideas for things, I always accept ideas. Like, I may or may not use them, but there have been a lot of ideas that people have suggested have actually made it to the game. Like, I mean, some things just happen. That's cool. Other ones are, you know, happening. Multiplayer. You know, it's a single-person adventure. It's probably not happening with multiplayer. I remember one guy who wanted humans in it. Like, you know, like, we wanted a young boy in it. I was like going, well, the problem is that Poppet is like a little doll. So any kind of, even a young boy is like a titan or a fight. It's a literal titan. I could do. I can make it so that she could open these up to get a pearl, I guess, or something inside them. I don't really want the pearl in there, but I could put an item inside it. Blah 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 blah. Let's make them interactable. Yes. I think I just steal the code out of one of the other ones that I've already got that does essentially the same type of thing. The new look. Yeah, kind of. Well, the Poppet box has the code to tilt the lid and do all that, so let's use the Poppet box. Perfect. Yeah, if you got any ideas, you know, just feel free to suggest them, or I kind of stream around the same time every day. So this is kind of nearing the end of my stream. But I've been streaming for 6 hours and 23 minutes. Well, there's a good chance I could make it to the game. Surprised. Oh. I'm a leech code. Do this. I guess I could have made a parent that opens like that. I didn't. The Poppet box is its own thing. Bank graph. I don't think I need the rest of it. It's just a do one set is open, and I do want to play that. I don't need to enable the collision, so I can skip that part. Otherwise, everything else is basically just this code. Let's do this here. Anyone who wants to keep track of when I'm going to release things, just drop a follow or something, you know, and I'll be around to let you know exactly where things are going, you know. I guarantee you it's it'll be quite the ride to get there. Quite the ride indeed. Why do I have that? Go ahead and create one called that because I'm being lazy. I don't know why I have it set like that. I think everything should be fine. But this outline on off. Okay. You create a variable? Yeah. The problem. Oh. Here. And focus on the lid, do that. I forgot about the functions being lazy. I'm gonna say it, being lazy. Where were we? Yes, indeed. What was the thing? Never injure your neck. Trust me, it's never gonna. Right, I missed something. What? I miss. Oh, custom event. It didn't. It changed the name on me. Event on focus. Oh, I know why. I need some space. It's the wrong one. For the right interface. API interact. My bad, wrong one. On focus. Your this Poppet has to send the message over. Then on interact. I'm basically creating little mini treasure boxes. Do it all. Do. Oh. Oof. One more thing I need. I forget that every time. Then click that, I guess. Ah. Hi, Pearl. I want to be alone with my Pearl now. Alright, problems, though, is that, Hmm. One, sure. Vision. Atrocious thing. Basically an abomination that needs to be stricken from this world. Is this an RPG Maker game? It was not a good game. Good track for, showing things as being wrong, though. Wrong with the world. I can be alone with my Pearl. Hi, Pearl. Hey. Uh, oh. On treasures. It spawns like class. Probably is a stage. Not use a stage. All this not called a stage. Called a scene. I just do a random, or do I want to launch? I call them. Do it. Oof. Probably going to hit the 7-hour mark, and then I'll probably have to call it. Exciting as it is to continue. I am gonna have to be up tomorrow at some point. That's so true. And it's going to be rough if I don't bother to sleep. Anyway. Because I need treasure boxes. That's what we're making right now. I think they're the collectibles. Collectible temp gem, sure. Want this. Not active. Static mesh. Not actually launchable. Can I launch it? Or I can just put it in a random location. Where's the scene at? Only need to be a few points away from each other. You do up to 3 scenes. If I do up to 3 scenes. Easier to just pick a number. And there. blanking on the code to simply launch them, because you can't use launch characters, so I could do a relative thing. I think what I'm going to do is just 10 minus 10. Rather from spawning a second time. Here, do that. Spawn. It spawned. Okay, this is open. Is open, sure. Oh. Oops. Voltage true. That didn't work. I liked it in liked that they spawned, but spawned in an awkward location that it was easy to select them. It was just rigged to, like, you know, selected a ridiculous range. Yeah, decrease this a bunch so that they are selected. Boing, boing. Why are you collecting immediately? I don't understand. – I'm gonna break this intentionally. I can only surmise it's just too big of a collection thingy yet, but I want to see them, so. Where are they? Questions. Probably just gonna use the world. Hmm. Step from sitting there. Already open, so. Weirdly tougher than it's supposed to be. Probably one of those 5:09 a.m. like missing something simple scenarios happen. The enemy spawner soon and see how I did it. Hmm. That is weird. Maybe the temporary ones vanish too fast. It's possible. Wait a moment. It's temporary. That's how I made him permanent. There's so many little systems I tend to forget about them because I haven't seen them for a while. I made this ages ago. It is temporary. It's a thing you can actually click on there. It's interesting they didn't let you select it there. Right? Make sure it's actually spawning. I forgot because it's this. I could just literally call its variable and set it's not temporary, so it just stays. I just want to see it spawn. Huh. Hey there, Dark Chrome, how's it going? Definitely spawned somewhere. There. Oh. I get the feeling they're just being spawned in the middle of nowhere. Big problem I have. I'll mix some things up here and spawn them in dumb places. To collect some. That's true. If I have it set, if I don't disable the collection, I did. I keep a record of green real fast. So I have this because so they're identical. So if they're identical, what's the scale that I often, maybe I just want too small. I imagine they're set to, oh, the new scale's 3. They're a little small looking. Just to see they actually what they look like. Nope. Feels like one of those problems that'll be really easy to figure out. And I'm like, oh, did you see it go flying up? Huh. Alright, so I'm gonna go and assume that the weird hovering thing that they had is based entirely upon core code. And the code was based on its own relative position and not a new position. Let's see, timeline this. New location defaults to 0. It's the floating code. Let me remove the floating code temporarily and see what's up with that. Something dumb that I'm doing. There's one of them. They were definitely floating out in the middle of nowhere. I could actually choose the actor transform and do that. I don't even need this doing. Let's just add extra on this one. You never know on this one. Otherwise it could spawn on the ground. Nobody wants... Good. Trying to fix this longer than I thought I was going to do it. One of the gems. That spawned too. It only spawned one. I might put a light inside him too. For supposed random, it's not that random. Right? It should be right here. Okay, that does not make sense. This one spawned too. It works. But it's not that far. It's always picking that one spot. I mean, it works. Even if the spot's not exactly ideal. Like 5 to 10. I want to see what happens when I spawn a bunch of them. Maybe it'll be like all on top of each other. I have no idea. And in theory, it should be spawning them all randomly apart, but clearly I'm missing some. Or maybe it's just not enough of a scale. Definitely spawns them all. That was pretty obvious. That's true. I like when they float up and down. Oh. Like, there's one sitting right here. How is it picking up, I mean, it's supposed to take the base location and add 10, or add 20, like bounce between the two. But if you look, that one just floated off into nowhere land. Like, these things just hover. They seem to have no problem. Hey? I had the same amount for everything because it was pretty much the right like amount of hovering. This game. That hover's just fine, but the little crystal's just like, nope. I didn't want all the little crystals and coins and everything like that to be permanent, so I put a temporary on them. How is this any different? It's literally using the collectible parent. Just like... Oh. Not the same collectible. Oh wait, I usually just use this collectible parent. Huh. Oof. I'll solve it tomorrow. I'm happy with this monstrosity that I've made. I think 5:37 a.m. plus alcohol, which kind of largely gone. Close enough. And a really long day is making what should be an easy coding thing harder than it. Okay. But all in all, map came out pretty good. I've come to this conclusion that just water itself is always worth putting in. Like, it just looks good. If you're gonna put water anywhere, this just like looks nice. Yep, water. Means I probably need to have additional water in this room just because, you know, it looks nice. Water. Just make it the 3 water rooms, and then if I need any additional water after that, maybe a fountain somewhere or something, but at some point it kind of strains credibility that there's that many pools. Maybe not though. But yeah, it should be back tomorrow night to do basically more designing, maybe more combat if I decide I don't want to design for some reason. It just depends on how inspired I am, because sometimes I'm just like all about design. You know, that's might call about coding or combat or something. Play testing to make certain things work. Yeah, anyway, thanks everyone who watched. Follow if you want to see where the game goes. The game's called Poppet Quest, and it will probably be available sometime in 2025. I was originally aiming for October in 2025 because it fits the whole Halloween thingy, but that's what I want to have happen. That's not a guarantee. On that note, it's 5:39 a.m. I'm off. I'll catch everyone later.